the potential for a conflict that gets completely out of control, becomes regional really fast, and then bleeds into Ukraine and other conflicts that are potentially awaiting a start right now, particularly with Russia. And Russia and China steaming into the region to join in, as it were. We're looking at a general war, which is not a good prospect for the planet.
Larry, do you feel that some people within the Trump administration are aware of what is the risk of a new war in the Middle East and the escalation of the war, the continuation of the war? I would assume that this sort of war would be a war of attrition, as we see in Ukraine. And how about that? How do they have any sort of understanding on that, or they want to do something so quick, which, in my opinion, is not possible? The way that I'm seeing what is happening in the mind of the decision makers in Iran.
Well, the military, at least some of them, the colonels, the lieutenant colonels who are still on active duty and haven't left, are aware of just how difficult this situation is in any configuration you give it. What you might call a limited attack, or all the way out to a no-holds-barred attack. Every single perturbation in between that limited attack and the all-out attack has its own disadvantages. And in each case, with the exception of perhaps the ones that I heard they were working on, that is, I'll do this and you do that, I'll do this and you do that, then we'll call it quits, that probably could have been worked out, as it was before, I think. It actually was that way before. But any other permutation between the limited attack and the all-out attack that is genuine, that isn't pre-coordinated, as it were, that's going to be a disaster in its own making, and I would say it's probably going to lead up the escalation ladder to the general attack and the general conflagration. Russia and China just might be in it. Certainly Russia might be in it. And China's going to be right there with them in terms of this exercise that they're sending warships to perform in the very vicinity of the U.S. naval forces. And you've got the possibility of all kinds of missiles flying through the air, missiles that are capable of sinking these warships, aircraft carriers and other things such as that. It's not a good situation to be developing. And I hope, to get to your question again, the Pentagon has people who understand this. They understand that this is not an easy game, as it were. And it might be a very difficult game out of which they do not extract themselves very quickly. And there are other things that they have on their agenda that will be impacted majorly if this becomes an all-out war. Remember how we went into Iraq in 2003? We went in there with too few forces. We will definitely do that with Iran. We went in there with no comprehension of the people in whom we were going to be working, with whom we were going to be working. That'll be absolutely true in this region with Iran, and it'll be antagonistic across the board. And we went in there with no comprehension and no plan for the aftermath, for what was going to happen once the initial shock and awe wore off. We'll be doubly that, triply that with Iran. So what is down the road from that? Disaster. I don't see any other way to describe it. Disaster for both sides, which is what makes this such a terrible proposition. The only good thing that might come out of this statement, the only good thing, is the elimination of the state of Israel.
It seems that Netanyahu knows that, and he wants to risk it even before leaving power in Israel.
It looks like we're going to war. Good afternoon to everybody. Everything's green on my little screen. Fingers up 4 cents at 116. GDC is up half a penny at 364.5. Mountain is up 7 cents at 185. CJYL essentially up a penny at 15 cents. And Railtown in USA is a 31-cent stock on the bid. It's 31.33. That poor son of a gun who couldn't get his stock sold at 70 cents is still asking here at 31 cents at 52.5. Guys, this whole market is corrupt. So I re-emphasize to you that the price doesn't tell you anything. It stung you because this new group of investors came in at a low price. But what can you do about it? What can you do about it? But you know what? It didn't help the criminals, and didn't help the heaviness. So the bid right now is 31 cents. The ask is 31.42. The high on the day is 31.08. My guess is this is it. You've seen the lows, and this is only going to go upward from here. It's not a lot of volume, so that's one caution, of course. But news like this usually takes a while to reverberate, and it will, I think. We'll go over the news. Last trade, 250 shares at 31.04. Let me just check Canada's volume. There's breaking news here. I don't know if it's believable or not. That Donald Trump was the whistleblower on Jeffrey Epstein in 2006. He was one of the first people to call. He described Ghislaine Maxwell as evil and told authorities to focus on her. I don't know. But it's certainly, I really don't know if that's verified or not, but that popped up on my news. Let's check out the Canadian volume. Issued and outstanding in Canada is 194 million. I'd have to go through and add up the warrants, but obviously this deal expands the fully diluted. But I think over the last 3 months, the fully diluted number has come down by at least 10 million shares. So yes, it's painful. The bastards drive the stock price down, and then that's where the financing is priced. However, because of good financing strategy by Corey, and maybe just the consequence of driving the price down, people could buy stock more inexpensively in the open market than exercise warrants. It's not too bad. I would imagine we'll get back to 220 million range fully diluted with this deal. That's kind of where we started in October range, to 223, something like that. So all in all, it's a positive. The last price in Canada is 42.5. So these guys got a fantastic deal. But do you know who else got a fantastic deal? You. Those of you who have been buying the stock despite the ongoing doubts and fudstering and all that. I did not add your updates, but I'm going to give you a rough number of where we are. and I'll fix it for tomorrow. I had to go down to the bank. But we're at 17,800,000. We're almost at 18 million Railtown. And so you're benefiting from the lower prices too. I think this is it for the Fudsters. I don't know how they can convince these two investors to flip their stock. The volume's 1 million shares in Canada. Excellent. I know it's rule of thumb and it probably doesn't mean anything, but I love to see when stocks go up 1 million shares, it feels like that's the turn and the momentum has come. That's in Canada. The bid is 41.5. The ask is 42. So I don't know exactly. Somebody's trying to get it to come down. I don't think they're going to work. They're going to be successful. Last trade 42.50. I think you've seen the lows. I think you're seeing the turnaround. This is the kind of reversal, key trend reversal, if you want to call it that, with strong volume that you want to see. And we still got a couple of hours to go almost. So let's read the news. I'll show it to you, but let me just read it to you this way first. Oh my gosh. It's very tiny. I'll do my best, but it is tiny. So the news released today, Railtown AI Technologies announces a 3.4 million. You know, I would have wished this 3.4 million had been at $1 or $2, but with the lack of care that Adina Friedman shows to the marketplaces, the lack of concern that Chuck E. Cheese Crawwell shows to the markets, Ann Wagner, the SEC, FINRA, they don't give a crap. And I suppose it applies up in Canada as well. But you get this, you just get destruction. But you know what? It's an art, not a science. You got to play your deck the way the cards lay. And I think it's great news today. Absolutely great news. It would have been better if this had been done at $2 or $3 a share. But it's better than not being done at all. And for these guys, what an incentive to make the investment work. Railtown AI Technologies announces $3.4 million private placement led by BlackBerry co-founders Mike Lazaridis and Doug Fragan, with Lazaridis joining the advisory board to drive Canadian innovation. I think guys like that join advisory boards like John Ruffalo to make sure that it doesn't interfere with their ability to invest or do other investments. And maybe this will start to thaw the material non-public news situation. We'll find out. So this is out of Vancouver, February 10th. Railtown AI Technologies, Canadian, building advanced AI developer and agentic platforms, announces that Mike Lazaridis, co-founder of Research in Motion, now known as BlackBerry, has joined Railtown's advisory board, and along with fellow co-founder Doug Fragan, is leading a $3.4 million private placement investment in Railtown, the private placement investment. The private placement is 11 million shares and half warrant. So it's, probably about 17 million shares fully diluted. So I would guess we're at, I don't know, 207, so 210. Maybe we're fully diluted now, 225 million shares. That's not too bad for dilution, all things considered. So anyway, they're pricing the units at 30 cents, and the half warrant is at 45 cents in Canadian dollars. Mr. Lazaridis and Mr. Freegan are two of Canada's most accomplished technology entrepreneurs who pioneered the modern smartphone industry. They grew Research in Motion from a startup into one of Canada's most successful technology companies, with 19 billion in annual revenues, 18,000 employees worldwide, and a peak market value of 68 billion. Maybe they learned the lesson of hanging on too long, I don't know, and not adapting, but that's pretty impressive growth. Railtown's mission, through its agent development platform and collaborations with TELUS and other Canadian AI data hosting providers, is to create a Canadian-focused AI development and deployment ecosystem, which aligns closely with both Mr. Lazaridis' and Mr. Freegan's long-standing commitment to building and retaining world-class Canadian technology talent. Quote, Canada develops exceptional talent, but has too many feel they have to leave the country to pursue meaningful opportunities, said Mr. Lazaridis. It's critical that we build companies, platforms, and ecosystems here that allow Canadians to innovate, grow, and compete globally. Railtown is building foundational AI technology. Railtown is building foundational AI technology in Canada, and I'm excited to support that vision. In addition to their entrepreneurial achievements, both Mr. Lazaridis and Mr. Freegan have been a driving force behind Canada's leadership in advanced science and deep technology. Between the two of them, they are founding partners of Quantum Valley Investments, the Institute for Quantum Computing, the Perimeter Institute for Theoretical Physics, and Quantum Valley Ideas Lab, institutions that have helped position Canada as a global center or centre for quantum research and commercialization. Railtown's focus on Canadian AI sovereignty, including secure, transparent, developer-centric AI infrastructure and agent platforms, closely reflects these values. Quote, having spent time working in Silicon Valley, I've seen firsthand how powerful a technology ecosystem can be, said Corey Brandolini, CEO of Railtown. In the Valley, many of the most successful founders lead by example, actively investing in the next generation of startups, sharing hard-earned experience, and providing valuable advisory insight. The culture of reinvestment is a major reason the ecosystem continues to thrive. Mike and Doug's decision to invest in Railtown sends a powerful signal about what is possible when experienced Canadian founders support the next wave of innovation. This investment, along with Mike's involvement on the advisory board, will add invaluable strategic guidance, reinforcing Railtown's mission to build a globally competitive AI company, globally competitive from Canada. As described above about the warrants, subject to acceleration. Oh, that's good. That if during a period of 10 trading days, consecutive trading days, the VWAP exceeds 90 cents, then they repeat themselves for 10 consecutive days. So the company can call the warrants. That's pretty interesting. That cleans up their cap table. And that's bad. The company intends to use the proceeds of the private placement for general working capital purposes and may pay finder's fees. That's interesting. I am going to, while you're watching me, I am going to take a chance on me. I'm going to take a chance on sending I don't know if it'll have any influence. And I'm not going to write a very long I'm going to take a chance on me to let's see. I don't want to accidentally send it, so I'll just do it this way. If perchance there is room in your offering, my audience of 17,800,000 loyal shares would love a piece of it. I would set up a SPV. Oh, SOV. SPV. So it would be a clean interface or interaction? Interface, I guess. I'm 5 as I write. So more later. Awesome news. William. And I guess I'll give him my phone number. He has my email. And I'll send it. Just check it quickly. All right. So I just see if we can get some shares in that deal for ourselves. Maybe they'll give us $100,000 worth. And we could have a little, investor vehicle. We'll see. Odds are he's going to say, "What the heck are you smoking? Why would you even think of that?" But you never know. You never know. All right. Let's go through some of it, but I've got to go through your comments first. Otherwise, I'll lose your comments. And you don't want me doing that. Why didn't I think of that? I'm sure that all sounds mighty cozy, but I don't find you men all that attractive. 31 to 31.9. There's that 52,500 for sale. That poor son of a gun just can't get those shares off. You got to give it to him, though. He's diligent every day for the last 6 or 7 months. He's always on the ask with 52,500. It's not suspicious. Oh, no, not suspicious. Do you know, I was talking to somebody. Apparently, a lot of this crud is in the Epstein files. This is a bankster's game. And it's bigger than just some of these banks. And that chick that was the attorney that I showed you, rumor or whatever, the Goldman Sachs to FINRA, she's all embedded in this noise. I tell you guys, I'm going to be optimistic. When Railtown works, we're going to get away from these schemers. All right, let's go with Red Pepper Ronnie. Private placement announcement. We still own more. That's right. We have more than these guys. That's a good point. That's a very good point. Our position is larger than their private placement position. Good point. Excellent point. I love it. I asked Google AI about M42 from the TELUS Health announcement. It said M42 is a part of AIP. Wow. Not bad. And Red Pepper says hi to everybody. Fast Eddie. Good day, Dollar Bill. Steve, having a good day, Uncle Bill. Yeah. I would imagine that you're showing a uplift in your account that's bigger than your salary. But on the other hand, it's been down. This is, to me, for example, very encouraging for Clay. He, which I think took a lot of fortitude, he averaged down. So his U.S. average is, I think, right around 40 cents, if my memory serves. But he started, I think he bought in the high 50s, like almost 60 cents range. So good on him, because now he's only down, 20, 25%, which still is, I know that's not great, but it's within striking range of one or two good days movement. That's what I think you have ahead here. I think the U.S. stock price is headed to 40 cents. And of course it would be. Of course it would be. Anyway, let's keep going. Hothead. There was a book called, what was that book called? It was something economics, common economics, crazy economics. Something like that. And the last chapter, or one of the last chapters, was how important your name is in an economic world. And the author, I tend to think there were two authors. They went through all these names that parents saddle their children with. And one of the examples was they called their daughter Shatid, and it was spelled SHITHEAD. And the question was, how is this person going to have a chance? Because literally the kid is named SHITHEAD. The ask is now 32.34. The high is 31.44. So you're going to start seeing this leap. And I think Clay might be surprised. He might go to break even today. I know you're tired of my optimistic calls, but darn it, I've seen it happen before. Pat M. Hi, William RT on a roll today. Yes, ma'am. Akira Nova. Hello. Donna says hello, William and everyone. Good afternoon. T. Alex, good afternoon, William and Railtown family. Ralph Fan, hi, I'm Mobile. Justin Babish, private placement means we get diluted. Well, this is what the fudsters want you to think. Yes, every time a company raises money, they have two things they can sell. They can sell their mama, or they can sell their shares. It's a little bit crude, but the point is, what are they going to sell to raise money? You could say, well, they could issue debt, but then they would be, we as shareholders would be exposed to the risk of the claims debt has ahead of us and the demands that debt would have for payout, which could cause bankruptcy. It's the wrong time in the life of the company to go to debt. It's always an art, not a science. So they could borrow money and not issue more shares. But I'm trying to think as I'm talking to you. Where I could get a number. I don't know where I could get a number that's fully diluted, but they're going to issue 11,333,000 shares. And then there's going to be a half warrant at a higher price. So the blended price is probably around 45 cents a share Canadian, I would guess. But anyway, if we take 11 million, that's 5,666,000. So for all intents and purposes, they just issued 16 million shares fully diluted. But to my, and I can't think where I can prove this to you. I might have it in some of the records that we had a few months ago, but it'd take me a while to find it. So I'll do it by memory. I think fully diluted, we had about 225 million shares outstanding. I think it was a little bit less. What I can't remember if it was 224 million something or 223 million something. So let me just say it was 25 million. Then we had warrants that did not get exercised, and I think it was in December, might have been November, but I think it was in December, and it was somewhere around 8 million warrants. Maybe it was the 2 months. Then January, just now, we had another maybe 7 million come off. So I'm just gonna guess we had 15 million shares come off of our fully diluted number, so that brought us down to 210 million. And I'm just guessing. This is broad brush. So now with this deal, we're back up to 226 million. So yes, you can choose to look at it negatively and say, oh my gosh, my ownership has been diluted. That's factual. But if you smooth out the share position over let's say the last 5 months, I think net with the warrants that expired without being exercised, combined with this deal, you're basically at the same fully diluted position that you were in October, maybe September. I don't know if it's really worth it. If you really want me to reconstruct it, I'll go through the filings and try to figure it out. But in broad stroke, the company has essentially the same amount of shares outstanding and fully diluted today after this announcement as it did a few months ago. So you can be negative. That's how the fudsters want you. But I would suggest a couple of 2 or 3 things to you. One, this is strategic money. I think you're exactly right. Those bastards out there that destroy market caps, and it is done with your government's acquiescence and support. Your government is bribed to do it. And the attorneys that are supposedly honest, they're paid off. So that's our ding. That's our ding for the corrupt markets. But it could have been a lot worse. They could have signed a toxic deal. They could have done a deal with fat Jeff Easton. So in the scheme of things, going back to where the fully diluted number was prior, I mean, when you think about it, because of the heaviness, they got the price under the strike prices of the warrants. So those warrants all dropped off. And you've got to give credit. I know the guy down in the Caribbean says that the AIP people are great, but Corey doesn't know what he's doing, or something like that. I got a third-hand hearsay rendition of his comments. But you got to give credit for Corey and his investment banking experience. He put the warrants out with a short fuse, so they expire. And that gave Corey and his team an opportunity to issue shares, yes, at a low price. But again, we're no worse off than we were a quarter ago in terms of fully diluted positioning. I mean, we're still at around 225 million, which was roughly where we were in the third quarter of last year. So, yeah, that's one way to look at it. But I think we got off pretty lightly. So, secondly, I point out to you, which I think I already mentioned. So the first thing is, it's not toxic. It could have been worse. And it's really not all that bad. And yes, it sucks that the price is at 30 cents. But it's really blended higher, probably in the US market, it might be 35-cent blended. I don't know, 37.50. But still, yeah, I get your point. But it's a very limited one-off sting. It doesn't have ongoing bleeding involved. So secondly, it's strategic. These guys bring awareness and credibility and power to the Railtown story. Thirdly, $3 million, whether it's in Canadian or US dollars, is a lot of squid. It probably gets, I would guess, with the burn rate that Railtown has, I would guess that money would last a year. But, whatever it lasts, it's going to give strength to the board and to Corey and Marwan in any kind of negotiations for anything, from revenue deals to perhaps buyout offers to future financings. It's a very strengthening financing. I get your point. It's at a shitty price. But that's the markets that your regulators, your congresswomen, your congressmen, your bankers, your big funds that you invest in, it is the market they created so they can steal from you. And this is the only way I know how to fight back, is to create value in your accounts, get your money back in Railtown so you can start giving money to Busy Brands and to Junk Savvy and to Anna, Queen of Trades, to set up a lobbying firm and go after these son of a bites. I don't know what number I'm on, but let me say third or fourth. I think when you get this kind of strategic and enough funding, yes, it hurts a bit, but you get it and it doesn't destroy the cap table. It is accretive, not dilutive, accretive. Well, how can that be? We just gave away shares for money at a low price. Yeah, but accretive because it's strategic money. They didn't go out and give this money to the Kramers or the Eastons or the Rubensteins of the world. They gave it to high-tech founders who have a following, particularly in Canada. So I think it's a powerful deal, and it's an excellent deal. I think it's an excellent deal. So I don't agree with you. I don't think we're deluded, but I mean, I might be deluded. You could call me that. But I'll tell you what, Justin, I'm just seeing if I can forward something to myself. So I can show it to you in a second. I think it's accretive. And I think it's a strong affirmation. You know, there's a guy that just blew me off, dropped me like a cold potato, because I think he thought I had lost my sanity. I don't know why, but that's what I assume. He asked me, when are you, he was polite but firm, when are you going to give up on Railtown? Says he. Says me. I kind of stumbled around. I basically said, not yet. Nothing's happened to cause me to give up. Just the shorting we know about. Well, that was not a credibility builder in his book. I'm guessing. I don't know. Well, I'll tell you what. What more credibility do you want than two of the top Canadian technology investors? I know Canada's a giant country. No one moved in to live there, and it's home of more meese than it is of human beings. I get it. But it's a pretty big thing to say that two of the wealthiest, best, highest respected technology investors took a look at Railtown and said, I want a piece of that. I don't think they do that just pell-mell across any old name. So I think you put the imprinteur of these, the names are so hard to pronounce, the BlackBerry founders, you put that imprinteur on Railtown, I think it's worth it. I think it's accretive. It's strategic. I think it's great news. Jack Hamilton, good afternoon. Jack Hamilton says hello to Donna. I hope you and all of the rest of RT are doing well. All right, here's Ward, the Wardmeister, as my sister would call him. Well, when she was younger, I don't know what she does now. Good afternoon, William and RT crew. Google bought an Israeli startup, Wiz, for $32 billion because the head of Google had gone to Epstein Island and the Israelis had a picture. No. Google bought an Israeli startup, Wiz, for $32 billion. This was a strategic AI play to compete with Microsoft and Amazon. This is Google's weapon. Yeah, it's a good point. Could RT be Microsoft's weapon? Well, it could still be Google's weapon, Ward. They could be trying to keep Microsoft from getting it. And going back to your point, I don't know anything about Wiz, but $32 billion would be roughly $145 a share to us. Maybe 140. Now there's this little bit as it might be described as Justin suggests as dilution. Maybe I really don't think it's that bad. But anyway, call it $140 a share. Could that happen here? I just point out that when you're Google, I don't know if they paid cash here, but you can just issue shares and do this kind of thing. And they're going to do a lot of it. And a lot of the buyouts won't work, but they're at each of these big companies see an existential fight ahead. My prediction out of the Mag 7 plus 2 or 3, out of those maybe 9 or 10 companies, I bet 2 or 3 of them aren't around independently in, let's say, 18 months, 24 months. I don't know. I'm not clever enough to see the trends, but I wouldn't be surprised if Google and Apple merged, or if that would probably not get by because it's the Android and the Apple operating system, so that probably won't happen. But I'm just saying conceptually, Apple's might be behind on AI, but Apple also has this distributed concept of GPUs, and when there's a shortage of GPUs, Google, which has created their own walled-in system, they might say, you know what, why don't we work together? But if one of these bigger companies starts to falter, they are pretty much too big to fail. And I think there'll be mergers. Microsoft, I think, has a preeminent position in software development, but apparently its operating system is hitting with some black eyes. And you do wonder, if AI gets strong, can they keep that monopoly? I don't know. I don't know the answer. But that's where their revenue comes from. Facebook, he's made blunder after blunder. Zuckerberg's no genius, in my opinion. But he's made blunder after blunder, almost like Kathy Ark, just chasing the latest fad. But he's got huge revenues. But what if Facebook went stale? What if somebody in AI comes up with a better way? Who knows? And then Meta wobbles a bit, and maybe it merges with somebody. Oracle, can Oracle keep up? Amazon, I think, they've chosen a different path. Heavy spending, but you know what? Their robots might be the differentiation to keep their revenues high. But, you know, they've had to fire people to meet their AI commitments. So I think somewhere in there, could it be NVIDIA? Could it be AMD? Could it be Intel? Somewhere in there, there's a chance for consolidation. And I think you're going to see consolidation. That's what I think. Look at all these chat things. I tried to use ChatGPT. I spent an hour and a half using it yesterday. They invited me to sign in, and I was liking the answers. I was, wow, I can use this. And so I did. I lost the entire conversation. I said, this is unbelievable. Well, we understand when trust, just give me what you were doing again. I said, we had a whole bloody conversation going. You're not going to remember it all. Why didn't you warn me? Well, your point about warning you that if you is well taken. I said, thanks. But you've got 5 or 6 of these things running. Are they all going to survive? What do you think? What do you think? 1 or 2 are going to be preeminent. Maybe Tesla, maybe Google. I don't think it's going to be OpenAI. I think OpenAI will be bought. It'll be managed. The banksters will get together and they'll organize a merger. Save their asses. But anyway, let's try to make money. Donna says, hi, Jack. Am well. Thanks. Hello, Ward. And then Ward said, that's the old discussion. Ward says, hello, Donna. Matthew says, Matthew Kolar says, I'm about break even. Bravo. Bravo. Julius Quime, I had a dream today that someday all the world's children could play together. I had a dream that Railtown will break 40 cents. Well, I think your dream is going to be reality. And then what will you dream? What will you have left to dream? Look, that 52.5 is on the bid. Guys, this is going to walk up now rather than walk down, but it's all crap. That trading, if you watch it, they're crossing. If they can get a quarter of a penny, if they can get, you know, a 1,000th of a penny in a trade, they'll do it. They are scum. But this is the market that Adina Friedman and Chuck E. Cheese Crawwell want you to experience in stocks under $5, while their ever expanding rear ends enjoy huge salaries. It's disgusting. But what it shows is these geniuses that manage your money, they have to resort to, I think, theft to get their returns. So don't, just because someone puts your presentation in a folder, puts your embossed name on it, and gives you a bunch of projections, don't think they're any smarter than you are about managing money. 52.5 by 52.5. 29.7 by 31.2. There's a standoff for the ages. One computer against another. Look, since I've been on, 250 shares when we started at 31.04, 165 shares at 31.44, 1,000 shares at 31.76, and 500 shares at 30.37. Somebody just had to hit the bid. It's so corrupt. It's just so corrupt. Frost says dreams come true sometimes. What's the proportion of the dilution? What's the damages? I think I've spent a lot of time on that. I don't think there is dilution. You guys who have scars from the Charm Boys stocks, which I have too, every time those companies issue stock, it is dilution because the money not only doesn't do anything good, it's destructive. But how, just tell me how a company is going to raise money without issuing stock. In fact, why are companies public? To issue stock. So it's, yes, the price is lower than where the stock was 6 months ago. That's true. Or a year ago. So they have to issue stock in a dilutive way if you want to be negative. But I would suggest to you, I guess I'll have to do that analysis. But last month, something like 7 million warrants expired. And I think in December, something like well, maybe I can find it quickly so I'm not just guessing. But I gotta, it's just so annoying. I've got to sort through. I should have somehow taken a, there's no way to flag it. But I'll find it. It's way back. It's last year, so it's probably December. So if I just go to December, I'll probably find it that way. Okay. Let's see. Let's see if it's here. Yeah, I should have sent it to myself for some. Okay, here. All right, so unfortunately, this doesn't have October on it. So I don't know what happened in October. November, it wasn't as much as I said. Probably 700,000 expired in November, almost 800,000. Let me call it 800,000 so that I can use round numbers. So November, 800,000 expired. January, what we learned just now, I would say 4 million, 3.9 expired. And what's missing here is October. Anyway, ironically, what's not good, Matthew, is the February warrants. That's where I'm remembering the big number. That's the 7 million. That's still at the end of this month. So I'm glad I looked it up. That 7 million probably now comes to life again. Last time I talked to you, I was saying that maybe that's only 2 weeks away. Maybe those would expire as well. So they're not. So maybe I'm off a little bit. Something tells me there was a chunk that expired in October. So maybe I'm off. I've been using 215 million shares as my guesstimate, fully diluted. And I was taking this almost 5 million off of that to get it to 210 in my head. But maybe to be safe, we should start with 215 and add the 15 or 16 million here and guess that we are now at 230 million shares fully diluted. Okay? Well, let me just give you, because I think that's what you're asking, is what's the proportion? It's about 15 million. No, it's actually 16 million. I wrote it down, didn't I? Yeah, 16 million. And I just object to the word that it's dilution. I think this is very beneficial financing. So 16 million divided by 215 million. But that's a guesstimate too. So it's 7.5%. If you want to be negative, your position just got crushed by 7.5% dilution. The whole world's against us. Nothing ever works in our favor. The bastards always win. On the other hand, the stock's up 13%. So net, you're ahead. But let me show you something, Matthew, with the 230. I'm just going to make assumptions, which they are really wild arse guesses. And I don't think anyone believes these numbers. So I might be really getting high on my own supply, and it bothers me because there's no confirmation out there. But if we assume that the AIP network, that's now close to 200 companies, is able to move 150 million in annual revenue from other hyperscalers to TELUS over the next 2 years. This is annual recurring revenue. It'll grow to 150 and it will stick there and keep growing. And then we assume that TELUS is going to meet its goal of 2 billion in revenue, which I attribute to the data center. I haven't seen that in a research report. I haven't seen it in a discussion, but in Darren Entwistle's third quarter transcript, he says they're going to grow their revenue to 2 billion from their AI enabling technology. I assume it's data center. I'm using $1 billion. Now, maybe it's only going to be 500,000. Maybe it's 1 billion. Maybe it's 1.5 billion. I really don't know. But I'm not using 2 billion. I'm using 1 billion. Is that a safe haircut? I don't know. But that gives you, by 2028, that gives you 1.15 billion in annual recurring revenue coursing through the Where Is Your Moose data center. If you assume that Railtown split on that is 20 cents per dollar, here. And again, I don't even know if that's true. There's so much we don't know. but I don't think the broad concept is wrong. That leads over the next 2 or 3 years to a possible 230 million per year and growing annual recurring revenue from that data center to Railtown. $230 million annual recurring revenue at 100% margin. Gross revenue is net revenue. Revenue is cash flow. Cash flow is profit. So if you take 230 million, maybe in 2008, projected onward, and now you divide that by 230 million shares, guess what? You got $1 a share, which is when I was, and that matches up actually to the 7%. When I was doing the arithmetic with you before, I was always coming up with $1.07, $1.07 something. Well, now it's just an even dollar. What's the diff? It's huge. It's huge. If you put a multiple on $1 of SAS numbers 5 times, you got a $5 stock. If you put a multiple on it of, outlier, must have, this is the best thing since contact lenses, of 50x or 75x, well, you can figure it out. It's a huge number per share. I personally like the numbers now in the sort of 25x, maybe to 35x range. But if you do that, you got a $25 to $35 stock. What are you on about with the dilution? I'm not mad at you. I'm talking in general. That's the English language. I would suggest to you, Matthew, also, that one of the things LangChain has is Sequoia and Benchmark and IVP and a whole slew of these private equity names, and that's the stamp of approval. Well, with one financing, the story on Railtown changes to, who we have as our financiers? It's a dramatic shift in the story. Of course, they're keeping it suppressed. They're trying to convince you it's a crap story. It's not a crap story. It's fantastic. I would not focus. When you use the word dilution, it's the wrong word to be using here. It shows you, without being insulting, now I'm going to say it differently. In the context of the toxic financiers that we've always dealt with, it's the correct question. But in the context of normal, building a company, building a story, I think it's accretive. By the way, if you don't like these numbers at $1 a share, cut it in half, call it 50 cents a share. Cut it by 3/4, call it 25 cents a share. Multiply that by 20. It's big numbers. It's a big numbers ahead of you, I think. And so I think this is a great deal. Matthew Kalar, 60 million shares is not that much if there are 300 million in the float. No, it's, I guess I'm going to have to go try to reconstruct that. I can't do it live because I've got to go to different filings, but it's there. I can reconstruct it for the next time. And I can probably come up with a pretty accurate, fully diluted number, but I think I just gave my best guess is we're at 215. We might be at 210, but we're at 215. You add 15-ish to it, so now we're at 230 million total. I think that's where we are. Matthew, especially in the face of the sort of yeah, you're exactly right, Matthew. That penny stocks face. You're exactly right. Silver skyrocket, 1.2 million. Let me look. That's where the stock trades, right? That's the what matters. It's not really an over-the-counter stock. I see 1.011 volume, but I'm just looking at the Canadian Stock Exchange. Maybe when you add that other one in, it gets to your number. But that's great. 1 million shares is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. The balance, Justin says, the balance of having warrants drop off and the private placement basically using the emptying parking space sounds good to me. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. That's actually a good way to describe it. It's like a few reserve parking spaces came available and they filled them up. That's a good way to describe it. Neil Gondek, good afternoon, Bill and fellow RT investors. Good news today with credible individuals behind supporting Railtown. They know better than anyone out there what rail I'm sure you're going to say some more in a second. Silver skyrocket, 1.28 million. That's amazing. The big boys capex, Neil is saying, is 650 billion from AI. That's this year. You're right. Alphabet just offered bonds for 100 million. You must mean billion. You must mean billion. Railtown is building a powerful platform. Today's news release validates what most of us already knew. I agree with you, Neil. Neil says, I'm laughing my arse off when people reference the solution. I assume you mean dilution. Who cares? And we're still under 250 million shares. It's a better number than the one I'm using. I think we're probably under 230 million or right around there, but that's right. Watch our investment grow. Neil Gondek, I meant dilution. Sorry. I am stoked. Yeah, exactly. I think it's fantastic news. High on your own supply. Yeah. I've got some chopped up aspirin and Tylenol. Silver skyrocket 132. All right, so let me go through what I wanted to show you today before I run out of energy, which I always feel like I'm running out of energy. I think it's the stress. I think it's the disappointment haunted all my dreams. Then I saw her face. Now I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. I thought love was more or less a giving thing. It seemed the more I gave, the less I got. Love was out to get me. Dun, dun, dun. At least that's the way it seemed. Disappointment haunted all my dreams. And then I saw her face. Now I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. I have no idea where to start here today. I got to think back because I think Ward gave me something to use, and then where did I stop yesterday? Where it began. There ain't no way of knowing, but it was coming on strong. Hands, touching hands, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline. Bum, bum, bum. All right, I think this is where I start today. And it comes from Ward. And he did a good job. He said, there's a $3 billion chip funding deal. Apollo here refers to Apollo Global Management, a large New York-based alternative asset manager and private credit firm, APO. Apollo managed funds are arranging roughly $3.4 billion in loan financing that will buy NVIDIA AI chips and lease them to Elon Musk. This comes on top of a $3.5 billion deal is it Black that runs that? Yeah, Leon Black. Yeah, Leon Black. Josh Harris and Mark somebody. Leon Black, yeah. So anyway, Apollo is acting as the private credit provider and infrastructure capital partner, not as a chip vendor. The loans are structured through vehicles managed by Valor Equity Partners, with NVIDIA as the anchor investor, to create one of the world's largest AI training clusters for AI grok models while keeping XAI capex lower. So that's the worry, that they're all kind of circular, right? Why it matters: Apollo's second major chip leasing financing for Elon Musk, cementing a reusable structure where institutional capital owns the hardware and XAI pays lease style obligations. Apollo itself frames this as, quote, downside protected AI infrastructure investment, and estimates trillions in data center capex will be needed over the next decade. What is Valor Equity Partners? Valor Equity Partners is based in Chi-Town, led by Antonio Gracias, a long-term associate of Elon Musk, managing $55 billion in assets. Valor acts as the fund manager and has a specialized vehicle like Valor Compute Infrastructure, which raises capital to buy NVIDIA's GPUs and then lease them to Elon Musk under a triple net deal, where Musk covers all the costs. They've executed this in $5.4 billion fund. So 6 billion and 12 billion. The setup lets Valor provide Musk with compute access without massive upfront CapEx obligations. And that gives their investors quarterly cash flows and some equity upside. So I asked this. This is where I jumped in on Ward's chain, and I asked, compare 4 buyers of Railtown. And you can read the rest of it there, but let's go through the answer. Railtown is still a microcap control point asset. All 4 buyers you named could rationally buy it, but only in the low hundreds of millions to low single-digit billions range in any realistic 3 to 5 year window, not a $10 billion print today. That's what I was asking further down. Look, I don't agree with this. This is I would suggest to you that before today's announcement, this is all that the computers have to go on. I don't think it's going to take 3 to 5 years, but that's the conservative way to look at it. So you have to be aware of the conservative outlook too. So anyway, let's keep going. Strategic fit by buyer. TELUS. TELUS wants to own more AI and software as a solution and intellectual property around its sovereign AI factory, and just agreed to pay about $3 billion to roll up TELUS Digital, explicitly to integrate AI and SaaS more tightly into its stack. Railtown is effectively a sovereign orchestration layer. Now, this was Ward's initial set of questions. I don't know what was in the past, but I didn't bring that up. I think that's right. Railtown is effectively a sovereign orchestration layer, riding on TELUS and Uniserve's GPUs. So an acquisition would lock in that control plane, prevent hyperscalers' other competition from owning it, and let TELUS capture more software margin per watt in Rimouski and follow-on sites. So what would the shape of the buyout be? Structure would probably be all cash or mostly cash if TELUS were to buy it, which is an interesting spin. I didn't think that. TELUS uses its balance sheet, maybe a small stock kicker. Timing. Only after Railtown proves meaningful ARR tied to TELUS Sovereign AI. They've just launched Rail Engine and the AIP affiliate integration. So think 18 to 36 months of data. I strongly disagree. But this backs up the timid turtle. Size. With plausible ARR of USD 25 to 100 million by 28, a TELUS-style deal is probably 300 million to 1.5 billion, not 10 billion. Again, that was my question, not Ward's. 10 billion. All right, NVIDIA. NVIDIA would be buying Railtown as a GPU native agent control plane plus sovereign AI layer across TELUS and any other national clouds who plug in Rail Engine and Conductor into their AI factories. It would strengthen NVIDIA's position against hyperscalers, in-house stacks, but it also adds vertical integration and antitrust optics and a small enterprise SaaS business into a chip and infra-centric machine. Most likely NVIDIA shape, stock heavy or stock plus cash, framed as a platform and team AI control plane acquisition. Timing, only once Railtown's layer is visibly adopted by a single carrier, proof that it's becoming a neutral glue, not just a TELUS appendage. Size for NVIDIA, anything under 2 to 3 billion is trivial, but absent huge ARR, it's hard to justify more than $500 million to $2 billion on the public numbers and the modeled AR bands you've been using. All right, Microsoft. Microsoft already has multiple touch points, Azure, GitHub, Dev, and a broader agentic push where a plug-and-play control plane with observability could be bundled into dev tools and cloud SKUs. Railtown's IP, Rail Engine, Railtrax ADK Conductor, fits directly into Microsoft's AI for every developer and workload direction. And a buy of Railtown would be about bundling, making Railtown's loop a default part of GitHub Azure pipelines rather than leaving it as an add-on. $30.07, the bid is 0.3006, the ask is 0.3119, the volume is now 131,000 shares. The Bears. Last trade, 6,412 shares at 307. Prior to that, it was 500 shares at 0.3037. And that 250 is still sitting down there at 0.3104. All right, so let's make sure that I'm not being repetitive here. So the most likely Microsoft shape would be stock plus cash, similar to other developer tools in the $1 to $3 billion band that you see in recent deals, DX, Stat, Sig type. Timing, after successful integrations and revenue traction in Microsoft channels, if OpenAI Risk Plus rival AI stacks make a neutral control plane inside Azure more strategically urgent. Size, with US 100 million in ARR credible, and it's a must-own control point narrative, you can justify $1.5 to $2 billion. And if it's a hot case, that could stretch it to $3 billion to $5 billion spend. That's still below $10 billion. All right, Constellation Software. They buy sticky SaaS and vertical market software to harvest cash and diversify product risks. It is multiple discipline focused, not in the business of paying hyperscaler style strategic premia. I've never heard of the word premia. Do you go to a movie premia? Railtown could fit as a high growth AI module rolled into one of Constellation's operating groups, reducing its reliance on legacy SaaS while owning an orchestration control plane asset. The most likely shape, almost entirely cash, with a strong earnout contingent consideration tied to revenue milestones. Timing, only once Railtown has stable, visible revenue with reasonable churn. Constellation is conservative on underwriting. Size is smaller, 200 to 600 million. If hyperscalers are sniffing around, Constellation gets priced out quickly. They misunderstood my question here, but let's go with their answer. I was trying to ask, what if two buyers buy at the same time? In other words, what if Constellation buys the network and I don't know, Microsoft buys the platform, and what happens? But they didn't answer it that way. Single buyer, probable outcome 300 to 800 million band. 800 million, by the way, is now going to be a little less than that. But if you use 200 million as your touchstone, that's $4 a share. It's going to be a little less than that at 800 million. Assuming solid but not explosive AR revenue. Two buyers, a soft auction. This is where your $1 to $2 billion scenarios live. 2 billion, roughly $10 a share, a little bit less. Every extra credible bidder raises the clearing price. A true multi-hyperscaler dogfight, Microsoft, AWS, Google, plus NVIDIA, TELUS, maybe one private equity or Constellation type, is the only setup where a decabillion prints, that's me, that was my question, become conceptually thinkable. But that requires Railtown to be clearly irreplaceable, with hundreds of millions in ARR and deeply embedded in multiple national clouds. Just to tell you, 11 billion, 12 billion is $50 a share. So it sounds like, at least according to this research, that ain't happening in the near term. So here's the question: is US 10 billion deal realistic? On today's facts, this is before this announcement, Railtown's market cap is on the order of tens of millions after being crushed by the bastards, not billions, and public filings do not yet show material ARR. That's true. That's true. 100 shares just went off on Railtown. So $150 worth of stock, just priced it to the upside. It's up almost 4 cents today. Your own model top tier scenarios for 28, pretty high, get into 6 to 10 billion implied value space, but that is several execution steps away. I would suggest to you one execution step might have been taken away by this financing announcement today. And B, an upper end outcome that would likely require a genuine bidding war. Okay, I can accept that. So Railtown is not currently in $10 billion deal territory. I can accept it. It could grow into a decabillion type internal value for a buyer if it proves to be the indispensable agent control layer across TELUS and other sovereign cloud stacks. But more realistic near to medium term buyout bands, even with a bidding war, are roughly $500 million to $3 billion. And maybe a little bit higher. Well, $3 billion, that gives you $15 a share. So then I asked the question, I tried to ask it in a back-assward way. I said, well, give me the numbers that would justify 10 billion. To make a US $10 billion bid rational, Railtown would need to look like a large, very sticky control point, software AI platform with visible, durable revenue in the hundreds of millions. I submit to you, that's going to become clear over the next months. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I'm not saying it's going to be booked. I'm saying that it's going to be projectable. Let's go through this again. Railtown would need to look like large, sticky, durable AR in the hundreds of millions and a credible path beyond, not a micro cap. I think this financing today highlights that Railtown has some backing. They're not standing there in the corner. They've got some heft. That's what I think it says. What level of revenue and growth supports a $10 billion bid? Think some terms of what buyers actually pay. Even hot AI and agentic platforms trade or raise at roughly 15 to 35x. I like those numbers when they're perceived as having category defining, but they're still subscale. In other words, they still haven't grown out on the whole marketplace. Using 3 multiple bands for this, conservative band 10 to 15, this is more like great software with an AI flavor. Strong control band 15 to 25, that's the orchestration agent layer with a moat and fast growth. Frothy war band 25 to 40, this is a real bidding war among hyperscalers and infrastructure giants. Those are your bands. Battle of the bands. It's your battle of the bands. To justify 10 billion at the low end, I think we can skip that one. In the middle, at 25x, you need to see 400 million in revenue. If you're aggressive, you need to see almost 300 million in revenue. So a $10 billion check implies a present or near term ARR in the 300 million to 700 million range. I don't know what they mean by near term. I will submit to you, if a group of smart men and women can project 300 to 700 million as annual recurring revenue in the next 2, 3, 4 years, that's good enough. Just the projection. A belief that revenue can compound into $1 billion a year if it's inside of the buyer's distribution channels. I think that's entirely plausible with Microsoft, with NVIDIA, maybe even with TELUS. So relative to Railtown's current reported revenue profile, essentially zero, that's several execution steps away. And you see my question. I said, really, is it? Is it really that far away? I'm not sure. But that's the difference between me and, the crowd. Doesn't mean I'm right. When future revenue starts getting discounted, when does it get discounted? Strategic buyers will pay up for future revenue if it's both visible and sticky. Early stage, you've got to see at least 20 to 50 million of revenue with good retention. But they won't pay a lot there. But you know what? that description right there, 20 to 50 million, that's just their AIP network. That's in the bag as far as I'm concerned. And then there's an inflection point, an inflection zone. Once Railtown shows 100 million in revenue with net dollar retention, look, it's high margin if that's what they mean. If they mean that there's not a churn, I don't think there's going to be a churn. And a clear capacity to keep it growing. Buyers can confidently model 250 million, 500 million in a 3 to 4 window and discount it to today. And that's getting more in my argument. That's more of my argument. If that happens, as long as the data center exists type contracts, in other words, the revenue lasts, that makes multi-$100 million ARR streams look inevitable. Bidders start capitalizing on the out years much more heavily. In practical terms, a hyperscaler or a TELUS NVIDIA would start seriously discounting forward years once Railtown has documented revenue, not just proof of concept. This again, I caution you, if you wait for documented, looking back, I think you're going to miss the biggest part of the rally. Proven attached expansion at the TELUS factory and other factories, and evidence that customers are building mission critical workflows on Roadhouse with high switching costs. At that point, they'll start paying for future revenues rather than the past 12 months. I think this is way too conservative in this current AI environment. But I'm reading it to you because this was the answer I got, and you've got to take it into consideration. What if TELUS lets Railtown scale in months? Maybe that was in my question. I guess it was. Your thesis is, yeah, it must have been in my question. TELUS acts as a massive, almost cost-free distribution engine. That is my thesis. Thank you very much. Which quickly drives Railtown to big league, visible revenue, lots of users, high utilization, and little cost of acquisition of customers. I agree with that. So if that plays out, the path toward a $10 billion internal value looks like this. You got to ramp up those revenues, pump up the volume within, say, 12 to 24 months. Again, I think this space is moving so quickly, it's going to be based on projected revenue. I do not think you can wait for the timid tiger's 2 years. He could prove to be correct. Look, being negative almost always is correct. That almost always. But then again, it's not always the case. So if Railtown converts the TELUS tenants plus AIP into tens of millions of ARR, I showed you, I think that's going to happen out of the gate with AIP. Market and buyers re-rate Railtown from micro cap to a few hundred million. By the way, a few hundred million gets you to $2 or $3 a share. And I think this strategic round re-rates Railtown Proof of control point status. Yeah, we don't know that yet. Rail engine, rail tracks, and conductor become the default orchestration and observability loop for workloads in TELUS Sovereign AI. Customers treat it like plumbing, and they wash their hands afterward. Other carriers or sovereign cloud partners adopt the same stack. Adoption. So you have visibility to 300 million to $1 billion in revenue. With a few national clouds, large partners, you could model Railtown as hitting 250 to 500 million in revenue in the medium term, with good confidence, especially if contracts are multi-year, and they will be, and usage-based. Now, a buyer can internally justify valuations in the $6 to $10 billion range, knowing they can crank that revenue higher by bundling Railtown into their own channels, Azure, NVIDIA, GPU, cloud. In that scenario, a $10 billion bid becomes internally reasonable for a hyperscaler or NVIDIA, if and only if. By the way, when we're talking these numbers, you're talking $50 a share, or almost $50 a share. And I'm admitting to you, they're blowing cold air on that target, at least in the near term. So it happens if basically a almost $50 bid only happens if, and only if, the buyer believes Railtown is irreplaceable as an orchestration control layer. They believe that Railtown is deeply embedded with TELUS and at least one or two other big infrastructure partners. And there is a genuine competitive pressure, other giants circling, that pushes those giants to pay the high end of the strategic band. So where does that leave us? On today's numbers, Railtown is far from having the revenue to justify a $50 a share takeout. It's still effectively pre-revenue in public data. On the TELUS turbocharged scenario, $50 a share becomes thinkable only once Railtown can show multi-hundred million annual recurring revenue visibility and clear evidence that Railtown is the must-own control point. At that stage, larger buyers are not discounting only current ARR, but the next 3 or 5 years of sticky sovereign AI growth. If you want the next step, or whatever, I think I said, go ahead. I said, do it. Do it till you're satisfied. Come on and do it. Do it. All right, so here's what they said they could set up. And I think that top line maybe is what we should be focusing on, not my high valuations down here. But look, if we focus here, I would go to the high end, and that gives you, I don't know, $10 to $15, maybe $18 a share. But what if the revenue projectable ramps up to these? It gets pretty exciting quickly. But anyway, I would stay in here. I'm starting to think that a buyout happens at $10, give or take 5, and it might go to 20. But we'll find out. So key thresholds, $10 billion, $50 a share, only unlocks at 300 million in revenue visibility, not printed, visible, with high multiples. That's, in other words, everybody needs it. Or 400 million if you're conservative. But below 300 million in revenue, you'd need a bidding war, which is probably not going to happen, I guess is what they're saying. If TELUS acts as a zero cost of customer acquisition, there is a ramp you need. So in the next 6 months, you get early proof 10 to 25 million revenue. I think that's going to happen in weeks, not months. That's what I think. And I know you think I need my head examined. So TELUS tenants and the 180 affiliates standardize and usage ramps, and the valuation trigger is the market re-rates it, drawing initial buying interest and due diligence. Then the next 6 months, the scale goes to 200 million, and there's a second data center, and there's multi-year contracts, which is what it is. Net retention, there is going to be huge retention. You get a valuation trigger in 1.5 to 5 billion. And the boys and girls circle, at 1.5 to 5 billion, you're talking $7.50 to $25. I wonder if I'm even sane to talk about a buyout, but I don't see how the company can go it alone. I just don't think they can compete as a unicorn. So I think a buyout is coming. The stock is 0.308, up 0.0388, up 14%. Last trade 25,000 shares at 0.308, and the volume is 53,000. Let's look at Canada. Canada's volume, 1.345 million. Awesome, guys. This is a big day. This is a red letter day. This is a red maple leaf day for Railtown. The last trade, 41.5 in Canada. It's up 15%, but it's 1,345,000 shares. That's really good. In my opinion, it's really good. And then to get higher the next 3 years, you need 3 or 4 national clouds locked in, hyperscaler adjacencies, sustainable moat, and then you get 10 billion. Look, maybe this is all important. I just don't think it's going to take that long for the company to be bought. So maybe my target of $50 happens inside of a company. So we just got to accept that. So if you discount future revenues today, I'd gladly pay you on Tuesday for a hamburger today. I guess that's discounting hamburgers. There's still high risk for execution, proven inflection points. I think these proven inflection points right here are going to happen within weeks. But that, I may be overly optimistic, but I think they can scale very rapidly. And then sticky decacorn path You need 200 million in revenue and visibility, multi-partners, and you get to a decacorn, whatever the hell that is. TELUS switch flips. If Rimouski proof of concepts and you see production in 90 days yields 25 million in revenue for the quarter, you compress the timeline by a year or more. Each partner de-risks the 300 million path, justifying premiums. Bottom line, $10 billion or $50 a share needs 400 million credible revenue path over the next 3 years. TELUS can deliver that if it makes Railtown the default sovereign agent layer. How do we know it isn't? Turning zero revenue microcap into hyperscaler must own. Then I ask the question here, will the players wait 2 years? I guess you think that they will, but if not, so will the growth happen in the belly of the beast who buys them? That was my question. Will the buyers wait 12 months? Answer, no. Strategic acquirers move more quickly than that once the revenue is visible and hits an inflection point. TELUS buys it in 6 to 12 months if Rimouski proofs lock Railtown as a sovereign default. They preempt the hyperscalers. Microsoft NVIDIA buys it in 12 to 18 months maximum if 50 to 100 million in revenue plus multi-partner embedding emerges. They hate watching control points scale as standalones. Constellation will be patient, 2 years. They wait for stable cash flows, not growth narrative. All of them pounce when FOMO hits, fear of missing out hits. Quote, if we don't own this now, a rival bundles it across their stack first. Early growth inside an acquirer accelerates to 300 million in revenue more quickly in using their channels. I asked about the bull market. Early 26 data shows AI and chip leaders, NVIDIA, Microsoft, surging. NVIDIA up sharply year to date on Blackwell Rubin ramps. No sign of multi-decade bull exhaustion yet. Volatility persists, software rotation, China tariffs, but hyperscaler cash flows remain bulletproof. Trillions in dry powder insulates them from generational crashes. Very interesting point. All 4 buyers sustain share price growth even in a market downturn. NVIDIA and Microsoft AI infra monopoly pricing plus CapEx tailwinds trump market cycles. TELUS, it's a defensive telco, that's true. Sovereign AI growth weathers storms. Constellation, it's a cash generating cow. And the roll-ups thrive in chouse. So here's the strategy. I don't buy it. I think it's an early buyout here. $4 to $14 a share. I don't buy this waiting 2 years. I think it's early. So that might be what we're looking at, $4.60 to $14 a share as a buyout price. What's better for Railtown investors? Early buyout, early buyout. public ride. If you stay in public, it exposes you to the junior market's illiquidity, short pressure, and macro whiplash. It offers you magnificent upside if everything goes well, but it also gives you extraordinary risk to the downside. An early exit at a $1 to $3 billion buyout, and that's basically $5 to $15, de-risks everything. De-risks everything. Cash and stock in proven winner, plus acquirer turbocharges to $10 billion internal value. What if the market storms hit? Well, if they do, hyperscalers barely flinch. Your position compounds safely inside of the hyperscaler. So wait only if you can stomach 80% drawdowns. Otherwise, sell on the first credible bid. All right, so this was Rebecca Kurzweil put out the news. Start spreading the news. I'm leaving today. I'm going to be a part of it. In old New York, Corey Brandolini put it out. He said, announces that Mike Lazaridis, co-founder of Research Motion, BlackBerry, has joined Railtown's advisory board, along with fellow co-founder Doug Fragan. They're leading a $3.4 million private placement, further supporting the company's growth and mission to develop Canadian AI talent. It's like the reeling in the years. Is that the Doobie Brothers? Fragan. Stowing away the time. All right, I read this to you, but let's go over the headline one more time. Railtown AI Technologies announces $3.4 million private placement led by BlackBerry co-founders Mike Lazaridis and Doug Fragan, the Doobie Brothers, with Lazaridis joining advisory board to drive Canadian innovation. I'm not reading anymore. Sick and tired of reading it. Just sick and tired of reading it. I'm not reading it anymore. I quit reading that article. That's just a fact check. All right, so then I've got to go like this. I might have duplicated Ward's posting. Let's see where the stocks closed. If I did, that'll save us a bunch of time. Wow, 28-cent bid, 41 cent. 41 cent ask after the market. I only show 53,000 in volume in the US of A. USA. I see the closing price at 30 cents. 38.308. And finger closed or trading right now 115, GDC 361, MTEN is up 2 cents basically at 188.99, ZJYL at 14 cents. The overall markets basically flat. The Dow's up 50, NASDAQ down 100 something, S&P down 23, and all the leaves are brown. This is Ward. Yeah, I already read you that. All right, that saves time. 81. Yep, already read you that. That saves time. 82. Already read that. That saves time. 83. Already read that. That saves time. 83. Ward. Give me a list of the major partnerships with NVIDIA. NVIDIA has built a dense ecosystem of strategic AI, cloud, and chip architecture partnerships. Below is a focused list of major partners that matter in the AI infrastructure and generative AI layer. CoreWeave, neo-cloud style AI infrastructure provider. NVIDIA has invested at least $2 billion in CoreWeave and is aligning on 5 gigawatts of AI factories through 2030, with CoreWeave among the first adopters of Rubin era infrastructure and NVIDIA branded AI factory designs. Oracle Cloud Structure infrastructure. Deep integration of NVIDIA accelerated computing, DGX cloud, and AI microservices targets agentic enterprise-grade AI workloads. Microsoft Azure collaborates closely with Azure AI, Azure OpenAI, and now Anthropic Azure NVIDIA trios. NVIDIA's GPUs and supercomputing platforms underpin Azure's large-scale AI training and inference. Google Cloud expanded partnership across robotics, drug discovery, and AI research using NVIDIA platforms, including robotics, with Google DeepMind and Google Cloud Farseeing Compute. So core AI model and startup partners, Anthropic, NVIDIA is committing up to $10 billion in investing and working with Anthropic to optimize cloud models for NVIDIA architectures. Anthropic is buying 1 gigawatt of NVIDIA compute layered on Azure. They're all in bed with each other. OpenAI, long-standing partnership to train and run large models on NVIDIA-based infrastructure. NVIDIA has also invested in OpenAI, further cementing GPU dependency. Elon Musk's AI company has received NVIDIA investment and substantial GPU-based compute backing, tying xAI's deployment plans closely to NVIDIA architectures. Large-scale AI infrastructure and hyperscalers. Amazon, although less marketing front than Azure or Google, NVIDIA's GPUs and inference platforms are fundamental to Amazon's managed AI and HPC services. OpenAI workloads historically relied heavily on Amazon and NVIDIA stacks. Samsung Electronics and SK Hynix, while not AI software, they are critical memory partners, HBM and NVIDIA Hopper and Blackwell class GPUs. Their supply chains and co-engineering are essential to NVIDIA's data center roadmap. And then there's automotive. There's General Motors, Toyota, Mercedes-Benz, and Hyundai. Other high visibility, GE Healthcare, Arc Institute. If you tell me which vertical you care about the most, I'll make sure you get a date. with these list of partnerships, I think NVIDIA would need Railtown AI. This is Ward's question. It's a good one. You're pointing at something structurally very smart. NVIDIA's entire alliance is built on compute plus partners that sit in front of that compute. So a company like Railtown AI, which orchestrates and observes AI agents across a network of SaaS AI vendors on GPU-based infra, is a natural control plane layer that NVIDIA arguably should own if it wants to stabilize and monetize and prioritize and humanize and gatherize and collectivize and nominate eyes and realize and dymatize and use any word that you can put an IZ on it. It's stacked beyond just selling chips. Why Railtown AI makes strategic sense for NVIDIA. Railtown AI is building an AI agent platform plus ecosystem around its conductor rail engine stack. Think agent orchestration, monitoring, and observability for enterprise grade AI workloads. A network of 160 plus, 180 plus AI software as a solution affiliates tied into its AI Partnerships Corp network, which already has confirmed partnerships with NVIDIA, Microsoft, AMD, Mila, UBC, TELUS, and Uniserve, etc. A sovereign GPU Canadian stack angle, hosting its agentic frameworks on Canadian sovereign GPU infrastructure via TELUS and Uniserve, which fits NVIDIA's multi-cloud sovereign AI infrastructure narrative. Narrative this, pal. Why Railtown AI makes strategic sense for NVIDIA. Railtown is bidding everything I just read. If NVIDIA owned Railtown, it would own the thin middleware layer sitting between NVIDIA-based GPU infrastructure, CoreWeave, OCI, Azure, sovereign GPU setups, and the hundreds of AI SaaS vendors that actually talk to enterprises. NVIDIA would then own the thin middleware layer sitting between the compute and the user. It could tailor NVIDIA-specific SDKs, telemetry, and monetization, usage-based GPU billing, optimized kernels, agent-led SLAs directly into all those agent workflows rather than relying on individual ISV integrations. Why NVIDIA might not buy Railtown yet. Structural fit. NVIDIA's M&A focus has been on chip adjacent, Grok type, or GPU scale infrastructure, not full stack orchestration shops. Railtown looks more like I feel like I'm missing something here, so let me go back. Probably tell me I have too many files. All right, why NVIDIA might not buy Railtown. Railtown looks more like an enterprise software platform acquisition, which is a different playbook than what NVIDIA has historically run. Capital structure curve. Railtown is a small cap CSE listed Canadian firm. NVIDIA could, in theory, get leverage cheaper via investment integration deals, a joint venture, co-selling, than a full acquisition. Regulatory optics, accumulating core middleware agent control planes on top of already dominant GPU infrastructure would make NVIDIA's cloud stack position look more vertically integrated, at least from the perspective of antitrust analysis. So they might prefer backing via ecosystem relationships and capital rather than buying it out. What's more likely than an outright NVIDIA buys Railtown? Given the relationships you listed, a more plausible playbook is a deeper original equipment manufacturer integration deal with NVIDIA, where Railtown's conductor rail engine becomes a first-class agent observability and orchestration layer baked into NVIDIA-branded AI factory packs or cloud GPU templates. Co-investment or board participation by NVIDIA in Railtown AIP's network, similar in spirit to how NVIDIA backs CoreWeave. And others, but not to acquire control of the platform, but to lock the ecosystem into NVIDIA native telemetry and APIs. In short, your intuition, that's Ward's intuition, he's a pretty smart guy, is directionally spot on. Railtown is positioned to be the switch fabric between NVIDIA's API partners and its compute ecosystem, and owning it would tighten NVIDIA's hold on AI agency workflows. But from a corporate strategy and optic lens, heavy ecosystem alignment plus possible minority ownerships looks at least as rational to NVIDIA as an explicit buyout. What are API's current partnerships? After the AIP acquisition closed in January, Railtown AI publicly disclosed partnership falls into three buckets: ecosystem network, infrastructure compute, and international market access. Core partners, AI Partnerships Corp. AIP is now a wholly owned subsidiary and forms the backbone of Railtown's AI affiliate marketplace, bringing in over 180 software as a solution AI affiliates across a bunch of industries. AI Partnerships Corp, we just read. The next one is Digital, Canada's Global Innovation Cluster. That's part of the core network partners. Railtown, via AIP, has a memorandum of understanding with Digital, which enables bi-directional referrals between Digital and AI affiliates, et cetera, et cetera. And then the other partnership structure is Sovereign Compute, and that's TELUS and Uniserve. Railtown promotes its agentic frameworks and agent compute as hosted on Canadian sovereign GPU infrastructure via Telus and Uniserve, positioning Railtown as sovereign AI as a service for regulated and government adjacent clients. Implicitly, NVIDIA-based GPU infra providers act as background partners, since the affiliate marketplace is built to run on GPU accelerated sovereign or cloud-based stacks. And then the final group of partners is international. Brayat AI, Middle East, Railtown have a strategic partnership to bring Railtown to Dubai and the Gulf. Others, they have NVIDIA, and amalgamation. They have Microsoft, AMD, Mila, UBC, sorry. In short, post the merger with AIP, Railtown's current partnerships cluster around one, AIP's 180 plus affiliates, Digital's National Innovation Cluster Network, sovereign GPU infrastructure, and regional representatives. Anything new? Anything happening? Railtown has not publicly announced any brand new headlines. We see an expansion and an activation of pre-existing relationships rather than fresh new partnerships. The Digital MOU was announced before closing the AIP deal, but Railtown is now actively leveraging that partnership with Digital to connect AIP affiliates with Digital's Tech Builder Network, organize events. It's so nice to see you. And push Canadian AI commercialization. Brayat, the Dubai Middle East connection, the partnership with Brayat was disclosed, but nothing has effing come of it. Railtown continues to promote it, and it's just on some prince's or sheik's shelf. What has not appeared yet? There's no second anchor beyond Brayat, no new hyperscaler, no new tier one partner. In short, the only clear documented partnerships layer post AIP closure are continued activation of Digital and the existing Dubai deal. There are no additional material new names. All right, thanks for repeating that. As of early 26, there's no public data indicating that the Railtown AI NVIDIA relationship has changed or deepened. How deep is your love? Is your love? How deep is your love? What we know about NVIDIA Railtown, NVIDIA is explicitly named as an existing partner of AIP in Railtown's MOU and acquisition-related disclosures, alongside Microsoft, AMD, Mila, and UBC. After the AIP amalgamation closed, Railtown's corporate and sell-side write-ups describe AIP as bringing relationships with major technology partners, including NVIDIA, but they do not announce a new Railtown on NVIDIA-specific stack co-engineering pact. They do not announce any direct investment by NVIDIA in Railtown. They do not announce a rebranded NVIDIA Railtown Channel SDK program. How the partnership is being deepened. It's structural. Railtown is now integrating AIP's 180 affiliates onto Conductor Rail Engine Agent Framework Stack, which is designed to run on GPU heavy infra, including NVIDIA, aligned sovereign GPU at TELUS. That means indirectly more AI agents are now being built on a Railtown driven stack that targets NVIDIA accelerated hardware, even if NVIDIA itself hasn't issued a fresh formal partnership press release. Bottom line, so far, there is no new public NVIDIA KISS and Railtown KISSING partnership announcement post AIP. The relation status is effectively NVIDIA remains a named ecosystem partner. Railtown's agent layer is positioning itself as a sovereign compute AI platform that leans on NVIDIA hardware. But NVIDIA has not publicly said that the two were dating. If that ever changes, it would likely show up in a news file or a NVIDIA news release. So there's no NVIDIA investment or equity stake. There's no co-marketed program, and there's no commercial terms agreement announced between Railtown and NVIDIA. NVIDIA, my tattooed lady. So how do you read the collaboration today? I submit to you that the collaboration is really with TELUS, but whatever. Railtown NVIDIA looks like high-level ecosystem relationship, but they're still seeing other people. Where Railtown and AIP affiliates are positioned to run on GPU heavy, including NVIDIA stacked infra, especially via Canadian sovereign GPU providers. No special contractual layer publicly visible. NVIDIA likely appears more as a named stack partner than a formally codified JV or channel partner. If NVIDIA and Railtown had negotiated a hard term sheet, such a term sheet would show up in a news file. All right, so now what's here? I asked them here. I asked, can you analyze the news on Railtown today? And you see where it says 2 attachments? I put the news up there. So the answer came back. This is very positive. This news is the news that the Doobie Brothers are investing in Railtown. This is very positive, de-risking event for Railtown on both capital and on signaling. What the announcement says, Railtown has arranged a 3.4 million private placement at 30 cents per unit Canadian, each unit being 1 common share plus a half warrant. It's pretty cheap. That's about 20 cents in USA, 23 cents in USA. The raise is being led by BlackBerry co-founders Mike Lazaridis and Doug Fragan. Lazaridis is also joining Railtown's advisory board. Proceeds are earmarked for general working capital and advancing Railtown's Canadian-focused AI developer and agentic platform. including its sovereign AI ecosystem with TELUS and other Canadian data hosting providers. What is the strategic impact? Capital runway. For a micro cap like Railtown, 3.4 million at a premium style structure, share plus short dated warrant, materially extends Railtown's runway and reduces near-term financing risk while they integrate AIP and scale conductor and rail engine. So I think it's great. My own opinion is once the data center starts scaling and ramping up, it's going to be rapid. But you could argue that I'm wrong, and that taking this money shows that the ramp is going to take a period of months. We'll find out. But this is great strengthening of Railtown's position, and they didn't go to Easton, Kramer, or Rubenstein. Okay, so the strategic impact, I just read that. It gives a capital runway. So it reduces near-term financing risk here while they integrate AIP and scale their products. High credibility, sponsorship. The Doobie Brothers have a track record of building $10 billion plus tech champion. Their Capital Plus advisory role is a strong validation signal, to institutional and Canadian tech limited partnerships that Railtown and Railtown's sovereign AI agentic platform, their story is real. It's not just promotional. So I guess I'm glad I didn't give up on Railtown. Canadian AI sovereignty narrative. The release explicitly ties the Doobie Brothers' involvement to building and retaining Canadian deep tech talent, dovetailing with Railtown's positioning around sovereign GPU, TELUS hosting, and an AIP-driven Canadian ecosystem. The strategic impact on future capital access. Having these guys on the cap table and advisory board increases the odds of follow-on insider support for later rounds, easier access to Canadian pension, family office, and government-linked innovation capital who already know the BlackBerry founders ecosystem. That's called strategic financing. How this can affect Railtown's market perception. One, it can re-rate. It has re-rating potential. News coverage across Yahoo Finance, Stockhouse, and other outlets is already framing this as, quote, BlackBerry co-founders invest in Railtown, unquote. This tends to attract momentum and fundamental investors who ignored the name of Railtown pre-AIP. This affects Railtown's market perception by giving improved partner optics for existing and prospective partners, Thales Digital, sovereign GPU players, and NVIDIA and hyperscalers, the presence of Lazaridis on the advisory board reduces perceived execution and governance risk and makes Railtown look like a more durable platform company. Roadhouse. This doesn't change the NVIDIA relationship directly, but it strengthens Railtown's credibility as the Canadian agentic sovereign AI control plane, which in turn makes it a more attractive ecosystem node or M&A option for larger infra players over the next 2 years. I think it'll be sooner, but we'll find out. All right, so then I went over to the ChatGPT just to see what they would say. Is this good news for Railtown AI Technologies? Get the news story and analyze it. Who are these lead investors? Are they movers and shakers? Short answer, yes. This is broadly positive news for Railtown AI Technologies, especially from a credibility, governance, and signaling standpoint. It doesn't instantly de-risk the company, but it materially upgrades Railtown's profile. What actually happened? Railtown AI Technologies announced a $3.4 million private placement at a cheap price. Each unit is 1 share and 1/2 warrant. 45 cents, which is where the stock's trading now. Mike Lazaridis joined Railtown's advisory board, and the financing is led by Mike Lazaridis and Donald Fagan, co-founders of Research in Motion, BlackBerry. This is not a passive placement. You see this right here? This is not a passive placement. The lead investor is also taking an active advisory role. Who are the lead investors? Mike Lazaridis. Yes, absolutely a mover and a shaker. Co-founder of Research in Motion. Helped build one of Canada's most successful tech companies. $19 billion in peak annual revenue. 18,000 employees worldwide. $68 billion peak market capitalization. But they missed the boat on touch screens. Who are the lead investors? Well, I already read to you that first paragraph. Mike Lazaridis is a major force right here. Mike Lazaridis, a major force behind Canada's deep tech ecosystem. That's huge. Why did he pick to invest in this? He doesn't have anything better to do? Or maybe he didn't see a better investment out there. He's a co-founder or backer of Quantum Valley Investments, Perimeter Institute for Theoretical Physics, Institute for Quantum Computing, Quantum Valley Ideas Lab. Reputation. Lazaridis is known for being very selective. He is known for being very selective. He does not attach his name lightly, especially to public microcap companies. So that's huge. This is huge to me. Maybe not to you, but to me, it's huge. And we can always agree to disagree, but I think in degree, it's huge. We're almost done. I don't think it'll be much longer. So the reputation here, he's very selective. He does not attach his name lightly, especially to public microcap companies. So the lead singer here, Fragan, less public facing, but equally important, co-founder of RIM and BlackBerry, longtime technology builder and investor. He's a key partner with Lazaridis at Quantum Valley and in Canadian science and deep tech initiatives. His reputation is behind the scenes, but he is deeply respected in Canadian tech and research circles. This is pretty powerful. So what are the strong positives? Massive credibility upgrade. For a small cap AI company, having Lazaridis on the advisory board is a tier one validation signal. I'm glad I didn't give up on RLAIF. Long-term ecosystem-driven investors. These are not momentum players. These are not momentum traders or promotional financiers. Do you see that? These aren't the charm boys. Their public comments emphasize Canadian AI sovereignty, retaining domestic talent, and foundational infrastructure. This aligns closely with Railtown's stated mission. They give better access to future capital partnerships. It lowers perceived execution risk. It improves conversations with institutional investors, government programs, strategic partners. So it's an insider confidence signal. The structure, shares plus warrants, shows belief in future upside, not just a quick flip. Things to keep in mind. This is not a guarantee of success. 3.4 million is helpful, but it's not huge in the world of AI infrastructure. Execution still matters. Revenue growth, platform adoption, differentiation versus hyperscalers. And as I think it was Brandon or Justin said, private placements can create near-term dilution. I think it's a misnomer. However, quality of capital matters more than quantity. Quality of capital matters more than quantity. And this is very high quality capital. This is very high quality capital. And you were first. You got in first. You're smarter than these guys. Bottom line, is this good news for Railtown? Yes. Strategically and reputationally, this is strong news. This is strong news. Are the lead investors movers and shakers? Unquestionably. Mike Lazaridis, in particular, is one of the most influential figures in Canadian technology history. But what doesn't it mean? It doesn't make Railtown a guaranteed winner, and it doesn't eliminate business risk. But what it does mean, Railtown just moved into a much more serious conversational tier. The company now has backing that investors, partners, and governments pay attention to. I would argue they got into a league with the kind of backers that backed Langchain. I think they've leapt up the storyline to be with Langchain, which I think has a lesser product. So I asked them, they gave me a chance, compare it to similar AI microcaps. So the answer is Railtown sits in a specific microcap AI bucket. AI tooling, agent platforms, developer-focused infrastructure. It's a small market cap, early revenue or pre-scaling, high retail heavy retail ownership, that's us, often promotional, thin governance. I don't know, that's a little bit of a dig, but it might be true. Where Railtown is different, most microcaps, AI microcaps, have no tier one tech founders involved. So that's a big change as of today. And they usually have weak advisory boards. That's a change as of today. Most AI microcaps get capital from newsletters or small funds, and they have little ecosystem credibility. That's changed as of today. Okay, Railtown now has BlackBerry co-founder on the advisory board. Capital led by top tier Canadian tech builders. Explicit alignment with Canadian AI sovereignty, explicit alignment with secure domestic AI infrastructure, explicit alignment with enterprise and government-friendly positioning. Net effect, Railtown just moved out of the, quote, AI penny stock lottery bucket. Railtown just moved out of the AI penny stock lottery bucket and into the early but serious AI bucket, where far fewer names exist. This is huge, guys and girls. That alone doesn't guarantee upside, but it materially improves survival odds against its peers. Valuation impact. What it does improve, it improves the risk discount applied by investors. It increases credibility in future rounds. It increases the probability of strategic partnerships. And here's the key, perception among institutional and government aligned buyers goes up. this often results in higher valuation multiples than peers. It results in better pricing on future rises, more patient capital. What it does not automatically improve: revenue, margins, cash burn, product market fit. Those still need execution. Let's just talk about near-term revenue. I think is about to explode from 0 to maybe 100 million annually over the next weeks. I could be wrong. I might be overly optimistic, but I think it's going to come on like a bull. Margins, 100% margins, massive cash burn. They have a small cash burn, and it's not going to cost them any money to get these clients. And the product market fit, well, they're already on top of the TELUS data center. I think all of this is going to be good. Anyway, market psychology reality in microcaps, who backs you matters almost as much as what you sell. This announcement meaningfully raises Railtown's ceiling. So the dilution, to go back to Justin's point, dilution versus upside. The financing terms, 30 cents, 11 million shares, 6 million warrants. Dilution, yes, but this is control. Look at how they know all this. You guys think they don't know what goes on? They do. Dilution, yes, but this is controlled. Non-toxic dilution. Non-toxic. No variable pricing. No death spiral financing. No discount to market ratchets. Any CEO who signs those kind of financings should go to jail. I mean, that's the only way you're going to stop it. Also, warrants only dilute if this stock is meaningfully higher. If the warrants are exercised, Railtown gets more cash. Okay, we all know that. So what's the trade-off? You're trading a slight near-term dilution for a higher probability that the company actually scales. Well, I don't think having these guys on is going to help the company scale in terms of growing revenue. But if they're talking about scales in terms of raising money at ever higher levels, absolutely. This is usually a good deal at this stage, especially with this caliber of lead investor. Glad I didn't give up on Railtown. So this is not, do you see this? This is not a day trade. Haven't I been telling you that? This is not a momentum squeeze. Haven't I been telling you that? This is not a news pop then dump story. Of course, that's the key, unless retail overdoes it. This is a longer dated credibility inflection point. This is a signal that Railtown wants to become infrastructure. It wants to become platform. It wants to become an ecosystem participant, not a feature company. The best investor profile who fits this is someone who can accept some volatility, thinks in 12 to 36 month horizons. All right, so Tony, the timid tiger, might be right there, but I can accept if you want to think in that horizon. I just think if you wait, you're going to miss the 2025X that's nearly upon us. Understands AI infrastructure takes time. Yes, but again, there's so much cash it's like a tsunami of capital that's coming. So unfortunately, I don't think you can wait. And somebody that values governance and capital quality. Key milestones to watch going forward. If these things happen, the Lazaridis bet pays off. If meaningful enterprise or government contracts come in because of the Doobie Brothers, if platform adoption growth, developers, agents deployed grows, if follow-on financing happens at ever higher prices, if strategic partners expand beyond Canada, these would all be powerful signs that this was a good transaction. A good transaction. A good vibration. All right, this is the last set. It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. And I'm going to plow through this last set and answer questions, which there probably won't be any, because I said something's wrong somewhere that will have pissed somebody off. All right, 613. The final bottom line. Is this transformational? Not yet. Is this one of the strongest credibility signals a micro-cap AI company can get? Yes. Are Lazaridis and Fragan real movers and shakers? Absolutely. They're in the top 1% of tech influence. They are in the top 1% in Canadian tech influence. Does this meaningfully improve Railtown's odds? Yes, especially when compared to its peer group. All right, you're going to laugh. They asked me, can I compare it to some other micro-cap companies? So I said, yeah, compare it to GTI, MTN, and ZJYL. So Railtown AI Technologies, early stage AI technology software infrastructure, small micro-cap with public and Canadian listings, builds AI software developer and agentic platforms, partnering for AI infrastructure integration and enterprise pipeline. Recently closed an amalgamation with AI Partnerships Corp, gaining access to a network of affiliates, has announced strategic collaborative agreements, catalysts, real product, commercialized, advisory backing, and capital increases with tech founders, potential recurring revenue, risks. Well, it's early revenue stage and it's dependent on milestones and thresholds. There is dilution risk from issuance deals, although I don't think they're going to do any acquisitions, and I think this money is going to carry them through. So I think we've seen the entirety of the dilution risk. This is where it gets funny. So overall, it's a thematic AI tech play with real product and network expansion, not just a shell or holding company. Higher structural growth potential than typical OTC microcaps, but it's still early and risky. Yeah, it's still speculative. I don't think it's anyway. So here's global tech. I don't know, as being a wiseacre. So global tech is microcap acquisition and holding company. It's very small with minimal liquidity. Describes itself as acquiring new and emerging technologies, but no clear primary revenue stream. history of terminated deals, and management auditor turnover. Risk, extremely low volume, tiny share price with large float, no visible core business or recurring revenue. Often these OTC holdings trade largely on speculation. Overall, high risk, low clarity, speculative vehicle with no clear AI product or growth pathway. Very different from focused tech platform like Railtown, Roadhouse. How about Mingting International Corp? Sub-micro OT stock, very low micro cap, extremely limited public detail, fits the tiny, thinly traded OTC class. Public data sources offer minimal insight into business model, revenue, or product. Market cap is extremely small. Risks, likely very low liquidity. Typically no analyst coverage or institutional support. Not part of a major sector theme like AI, unless speculation ties it there unofficially. Overall, a very speculative, hard to analyze OTC market microcap. It is riskier than even standard microcap tech plays because of almost zero public information. All right, last one. Jin Medical, ZJYL, NASDAQ listed medical equipment and mobility products. Designs, manufactures mobility aids like wheelchairs. Not an AI company, part of a medical devices mobility sector. Risks, small NASDAQ listing means slightly more reporting and transparency than OTC microcap, slightly. Analysts rate overall sentiment low, has a strong sell bias among analysts. Market cap small and trading range wide, typical microcap volatility. Overall, a medical hardware product microcap, not an AI software place. Its risk return profile is driven by product sales and sector exposure rather than tech platform growth. All right, whatever. And then they give us a chart. Key differences. Railtown, AI software infrastructure, growth potential, thematic AI with partnerships, real product. GTII, holding acquisition, speculative, no clear driver. M10, highly speculative, tiny microcap. And then ZJYL, medical equipment, revenue business, non-AI. And down the risk column, Railtown, they say, has high risk, but it's structured. The others, two of them are very high and one is high. And the other one's passed out. So what's the bottom line? Green check mark on Railtown. Highest growth narrative among these four, built on AI platform and strategic partnerships, though still early and volatile. I don't know. I think we've seen the volatility. And then Red X on GTI and Mountain, more speculative OTC names with little fundamental clarity, not typical AI growth company profiles. And come see, come saw, weighing the balance for ZJYL, real revenue product company in healthcare, but not an AI play, lower thematic growth, but potentially predictable sales. Good luck. Finally, Mike Lazaridis. Mike Lazaridis, OC, O, ANT, FRS, FRSC, is managing partner and co-founder of Quantum Valley Investments, which he and Doug Friggin established in Waterloo. 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 In March 2013, they launched QVI with 100 million smackers to provide financial and intellectual capital for the development and commercialization of quantum physics and quantum computing breakthroughs. QVI aims to help transform ideas and early stage breakthroughs into commercially viable products, technologies, and services. It is Mr. Lazaridis' latest venture in more than a decade's work aimed at creating a quantum valley in Waterloo by bringing the world's best minds in physics, engineering, mathematics, computer science, and material science together to collaborate on cutting-edge quantum research. In 1984, Mr. Lazaridis founded Research in Motion, now BlackBerry, where he invented the BlackBerry and created the smartphone industry and built Canada's largest global tech business. Mr. Lazaridis served in various positions, including co-CEO and co-chairman, and board vice chair and chair of the Innovation Committee. Mr. Lazaridis is the founder and board chair of Perimeter Institute for Theoretical Physics. He also founded the Institute for Quantum Computing, where he serves as chair of the board, and the Quantum Nano Center, both at the University of Waterloo. He has donated more than 170 million to Perimeter and more than 120 million to IQC. In addition to this, his generous support for a new technology-focused management institute at the Wilfrid Laurier University resulted in the business school being named in his honor as the Lazaridis School of Business and Economics. Among his many honors, Mr. Lazaridis is a fellow of both the Royal Societies of London and Canada and has been named to both the Order of Ontario and the Order of Moose in Canada, the Order of Canada. He was listed on Maclean's honor roll as a distinguished Canadian in 2000, named as one of Time's 100 most influential people, honored as the Globe and Mail Nation Builder of the Year in 2010, selected as the 2013 Visionary of the Year by Intelligent Community Forum, and awarded the Ernest C. Manning Principal Award, Canada's most prestigious innovation prize. Mr. Lazaridis holds an honorary doctoral degree in engineering from the University of Waterloo, where he formerly served as chancellor, as well as a Doctor of Laws from McMaster University, the University of Windsor, Laval University, and the University of Western Ontario. In addition to his many professional and personal accomplishments, Mr. Lazaridis won an Academy Award and an Emmy Award for technical achievements in the movie and TV industries for developing a high-speed barcode reader that greatly increased the speed of editing film. In 2017, Mr. Lazaridis was inducted into the Consumer Technology Hall of Fame, recognizing him as a visionary and pioneer of the consumer technology industry. Doesn't that make you feel great? Don't you feel great? You got in before the visionary. You got in ahead of the visionary. Although he probably knew about it, is my guess. All right, let me see what is here. The Financial Post. The Financial Post. It's not coming up. The Financial Post. He looks a little older and fatter, doesn't he? The Financial Post, Ward just sent that to me. Financial Post says BlackBerry Limited co-founder Mike Lazaridis is putting some of his money into Vancouver-based Railtown AI Technologies Inc. Read more here. All right, can I read it? Here? Oh, I got to hit that? All right. So the Financial Post, written by Yvonne Lau on Feb 10. BlackBerry co-founder Mike Lazaridis is putting some of his money into Vancouver-based Railtown AI Technologies Inc. and joining its board of advisors, marking the first time he has taken on such a role outside companies he founded. He and BlackBerry co-founder Doug Fregan will lead a $3.4 million private placement in the company. I want to read that first sentence again. BlackBerry Limited co-founder Mike Lazaridis is putting some of his money into Vancouver-based Railtown AI Technologies and joining its board of advisors, marking the first time he has taken on such a role outside companies he has founded. Do you see the power? I feel the power. Quote, it's critical that we build companies, platforms, and ecosystems here that allow Canadians to innovate, grow, and compete globally, Lazaridis said in a statement on Tuesday. Quote, Canada develops exceptional talent, but too many feel they have to leave the country to get out of the cold. They have to leave the country to pursue meaningful opportunities. Railtown is building foundational artificial intelligence technology in Canada, and I'm excited to support that vision. Can you see what Ward sees? Ward sees this as a disruptive technology. This guy, Lazaridis, this is the first time he's invested. Let's get the quote correctly. He's putting some money into Railtown, joining the board of advisors, marking the first time he has taken such a role outside the companies he founded. He's saying Railtown is building foundational artificial intelligence technology in Canada. I gotta have some water. And I'm excited to support that vision. I'm glad I didn't give up on Railtown. I just wish I owned more. Lazaridis and Fregan have previously supported advanced science and deep technology initiatives, launching Quantum Valley Investments and Quantum Valley Ideas Lab in 2013 and 2016 respectively, which focus on advancing quantum technology and commercialization. He also founded the Institute for Quantum Computing and helped co-found the Perimeter Institute for Theoretical Physics. Railtown AI co-founder and chief executive Corey Brandolini said the former BlackBerry duo bring in valuable entrepreneurial and engineering expertise that will help the company become a globally competitive Canadian AI company. Quote, way more than the capital is the experience from a scale standpoint, he said. They are phenomenally talented engineers. And for us to be able to lean on that talent and experience in scaling is immense. They are also strong advocates for Canadian technology and excited about joining to push forth on this sovereign growth strategy, unquote. Brandolini, alongside co-founder Marwan Haddad, launched Railtown AI in 2019 as a platform to help developers build AI agents and workflows. It has staff in Vancouver and Toronto. He said the company is well positioned to serve Canada's accelerated push to develop sovereign AI ecosystem, a sovereign AI ecosystem. An ad came on top. For example, it has inked partnerships with TELUS Corp and other AI data hosting providers to deploy autonomous AI solutions for Canadian software companies. Tie-ups, he said, that will help keep code, data, and intellectual property under Canadian control. Canada, the United States, and European Union are the key markets for the company, Brandolini said. We are getting a lot of inbound calls from European telecommunication providers who are talking about data sovereignty and what's available to them. So they do not have to go to Microsoft or Google or Amazon, he said. We are a growing team, and we'd like to handle all markets simultaneously. We are a growing team, and we would like to handle all markets simultaneously. I'm glad I didn't give up on Railtown. Roadhouse. All right, let's see what the comments say. Let's see what the comments say. CJ Yukon. All this good news, and it still will be walked down by the close. Not for long. Not for long. Not for long. You've got to understand that the deal is actually priced probably, if you give some credit for the value of the warrants, above the 30 cents. I don't know. I would say the deal's priced at right around where the stock is trading in the United States right now. So you got to get through that. The boo birds, the non-interested parties will say, well, this is they priced it there, so this is a fair price. You just got to go through that churn. Some of it's legit, I think. The stock's 30 cents now in the United States. The Canadian dollar trades at 75 cents on the dollar, roughly. So it was priced in Canada at 30 cents a unit in Canada, but the warrants are 45 cents. So if you're generous, you might say that the thing was priced, by the time those get exercised, that maybe it's 37.5 cents in Canada, which I think is being generous. That's being very optimistic in today's pricing. So I, I think it's done very well today, because the other thing, it could have, the units were priced at 30 cents. If you mark that down 25%, you might be saying US prices of 22.5 cents a share. So I think it's behaved really well today. I think the heaviness, the co-conspirators, I think they're pretty much gone from the drive it down side. But what they will continue to do is, as retail volume picks up, they'll try to shear wool off the sheep rather than slice its neck. They're going to try to skim and mine for whatever they can get during the day. And they can make money as the stock goes up, as long as it doesn't go in a leap any given day. But their scheme works. Look at AME and GMC. Those stocks, they soared, and then they bring them down. And now, they had Roaring Kitty. They have the Timid Turtle, and these guys ramping it up for you. Every time those stocks go up, they do a deal, and it just puts money in Cohen's pocket. It doesn't help you make money. They're always taking advantage of you. When are you going to stop? When are you going to say, I do not want to be taken advantage of anymore? Anyway, I think the walking down CJ Yukon makes a little bit of sense to me now, because if the company priced itself at essentially 20, I'm just ballparking it, 22.5 cents, if you want to be negative, and it's trading at 30 cents, if you're a day trader, or if you're an arbitrageur, or if you're a scumbag, that's a reasonable place to be applying some heaviness. I don't think it'll last, though, because I really do think the strategic value of these two names is huge. Now when you call a Fidelity analyst, and she's busy, she's got a inbox full of names, and you call in, you say, I'd really like you to take a look at Railtown AI. Yeah, what I haven't heard of what well, they're in orchestration. Yeah, but there's a lot of people doing that. Yeah, but they're different. They have well, I'll tell you what, I can't pronounce these guys' names. The Doobie Brothers just invested in it, and wow, really? And one guy's on the board. Let me send me what you have. I'll look at it tonight at home, and I'll have it back to you this morning. Let me bring it to the committee. It's huge. It's absolutely huge. And I think I disagree with all the computer answers I just read to you. I disagree with the timid tiger. I think this thing's going to ramp. I think it's going to be like a reverse ski slope. It'll be like Lindsey Vonn going backwards, unbreaking her leg, which she shouldn't have, even stupid arrogance that she went. She had injury and didn't have the strength. But anyway, it'll be like going back up the slope and back up to the helicopter. It's going to be unbelievable. And I think it's going to start soon. I might be wrong about, February 12th, the year of the horse, but I would look, I've been wrong on every timing. I would say we're in the fortnight where we should keep our eyes open. But maybe it'll be, you know, what's a date in March? Mid-March? The Ides of March? Maybe by mid-March. But I think it's going to start. I don't think even if you do all sorts of public service news announcements, I think if you're TELUS and NVIDIA for that matter, and whoever's going to be in the language model layer, and Railtown, but Railtown's used to living, off the land. But TELUS has put tens of billions, fives of billions of dollars into this data center. And I don't think they can let the first quarter go by without booking revenue. I mean, TELUS is a company that has borrowed money. They have creditors. They have to report to committees. They have to meet loan parameters, and there's another word for it I'm stretching for. Anyway, the guidelines in loans, there's a name for it. They've got to meet them. And so they got to start producing. They can't just sit on dead money. So I think first quarter, you're going to see revenue start at the data center. And it might be more than one data center by now. They have 4 of these, TELUS does. One was launched, I guess, in the summer. And I think the other one's following right on to it. One's in Where's Your Moose? And the other is in Polar Bear. I don't know, Polar Bear Ski. But they're all ready to go. Particularly with the one, and they have all that spare capacity. It's time to put it to work. And I think you're going to see it. Another one of my opinions is it just makes logical sense. Once TELUS gets committed to getting tenants in its empty building, they're going to go hard with it, and it's not going to cost Railtown anything. So I think it's going to, I also think, to add one more thing, when you look at these companies, they just have these pages, so does Railtown, where you click basic, pro, developer, and enterprise, or whatever, 4 choices. If you're a user that comes to the TELUS website, you click TELUS, subscribe, the next thing is Railtown, you click it. I think this revenue is going to scale as quickly as if you sign up for an ESPN package or a Netscape or a whatever Disney package on your video list. So I think when TELUS finally gets ready to start moving, I think Railtown's ready to go. I just think this revenue is going to hit the ground running. And I'm hesitating because I've been so wrong for so long. But I think they go from 0. I'm talking about predictable repeating revenue that an analyst can sit down, whether she's from a hedge fund or an acquiring company or an investment bank, she can sit down, analyze what's going on, and extrapolate. I think revenue is going to go from 0. I'd say 75 million in ARR. I think you could see that in 45 days. And I don't think there's any reason it's going to stop there. This could be one of the most exciting things you've ever witnessed. On the other hand, I could just be, talking my own spit. I don't know. I try to catch myself and say, why am I wrong? But I don't. NVIDIA's built to scale. Rail Engine's built to scale. They're ready to go. And what the hell? It's half price. What the hell's going to stop it? So I think it's going to get exciting very quickly. And the credibility of having these names on there, imagine the phone calls that the phones that will be answered, you know? Neil Grondek, Canadian U.S. Olympic hockey history. Corey was true to his world. 2026 is the year. SAS has to be retooled to get up to speed. Lots of revenue is expected. They're looking to add to existing infrastructure. Absolutely. I think that's exactly right. Lion of some fades. I think this news is the catalyst for Railtown to ascend prices in an unmitigated fashion, such that $50 is in play by May. March, April, yeah, that was my target in the summer by May. May 5th, remember I said 5.5 by 5 by the 5th month, the 5th day. I still think it's possible, but you would have to have visible revenue scale, I guess, to 250 million or above. I think that's starting to get even beyond my optimistic numbers. It's possible. I also think you'd have to have Bell Canada or Rogers Communications sign up. So if you had massive increase in revenue and a confirmation of another data center provider, and maybe Microsoft or NVIDIA get in there sniffing around doing something more. I think it could go to 10 billion, 11 billion in value. What I don't know, and I'm helpless because I'm not a technology person, how do you judge whether this, look, there's other, I'd say I've seen at least 15 other names, all doing different aspects of what Railtown's doing. But I've queried the different AI places, and apparently Railtown's the only one with the end-to-end solution. But I really don't know what it means. Does it mean that one of the large companies couldn't put a team together and build a less elegant mousetrap and just absorb the extra cost of compute time? I guess probably. But then if you calculate that, they're using up engineering time and resources instead of being out there gobbling up the beach and buying other technologies. So it's probably inefficient. I don't know what goes on in their heads. My point is, if Railtown really has something, if they really are better, I think they are better than Lang Chain, but if they're better than some of the others, and if these other companies can't build it quickly, if this really is the layer that makes data centers and users hum if it makes, if it improves the productivity and makes it more efficient to use what I think. Data centers are going to get expensive. I think electricity is going to get expensive. I think it's going to shake our lives. We have a horrible electric grid. China has built coal plants, nuclear plants. We don't have anything. And both of those I wish we wouldn't build, but I wish we had an effective power grid. So what plants we do have, we didn't lose electricity down the line. But when you need to save power or you need to allocate it, ration it, one of the things is you have a good orchestration framework. And maybe Rail Towns is just the one. It seems like Corey has a lot of confidence in it. A lot of confidence. So. Silver Skyrocket, what do you think of TELUS Health announcement? Will that revenue be for RT from? Well, I saw the announcement. I didn't study it, but yes. I see it more as a proof of concept because the number, the revenue of over 100 million, which I think you can perceive it being 150 or 200 million, that's coming from the network companies. We've already incorporated that. So I think it's great. The one thing about the health is the next area of AI that I think is going to provide opportunities. There'll be copycats, but I mean, I'm trying to think of an example. I don't want to use my own examples because I'm a little nervous. But if somebody has been diagnosed with something, instead of experimenting, cutting them open, or experimenting with a drug dosage or radiation dosage, you could take that person's biometrics and blood type and medical history and put it up into a data center using AI agents. You could create I don't want to use any names, but you could create a virtual Ronald Reagan, and he's starting to experience Alzheimer's. You could run a bunch of therapies through that virtual one, and maybe you stumble on something that works and gives him another 3 or 4 years of cognizance. That's, I think, is a huge, number one, it's the next frontier of AI. But number two, it's going to require so much data center, compute power, GPUs. And guess what? If Railtown is that piece, it's going to require a lot of Railtown. So I think it's great news. I guess M42 isn't part of AIP. I need to brush up on my phrasing in my AI inquiries. I don't know about that. If I can beg off, they list all their companies on their website. So you could go to AIPpartnershipnetwork.com or .ai, and you go to our companies and you can scroll through it. I just beg off because I just have my phone and it takes too long. But if you have a desktop, you can go through it and you can find it out. I I don't think that's the main power of that news. The main power to me is what I just said. They already have someone in the health side there, but if they attract um, AI companies that focus on health and healthcare and therapy, it's going to drive such demand for compute power, and it's going to require rail engine, but it's going to require the whole suite that Railtown has. So I think it's great news. I really do. Remember to hit that like button and whenever I'm listening to podcasts, and so many podcasts now are AI driven. I never want to do that to any listener. Ugh, I hate it. But when they ask, smash the like button, like, did you all read the same script? It makes me want to never ask anybody to hit the like button. But apparently, if you do hit the like button, it changes the algorithms. But if you notice, Silver Skyrocket, I've never asked anyone to hit the like button. I don't remember ever asking. I like it. I'm not saying I won't accept it, but I just I don't want to assault the listener's ears. If you are getting something out of this podcast, smash the like button and subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss any of my updates. I hate it all. I hate it. I've never put any listener through that. I've put listeners through a lot of things, but I've never put them through that. Ward Richardson, William, 2026 is the out with the old traditional software development and in with the new agentic AI software development is here. You, if you had Paul McCartney sitting next to you, could make that a song. But yes, that was the biggest thing I got when I spoke to Corey. And it's not like I was special, but I can be slow on the uptick sometimes. And when he told me that you don't even have to go back to the 90s, since the Apple phone, and therefore since the App Store, every app has been built on SDKs. Every app has to be rewritten if they want to succeed on ADKs. That's being very simplistic. But everything was done with software developer kits. It all has to be done now with agent development kits, AI development kits, AI software development kits, ADKs. And that's right in the sweet spot of what Railtown has created for developers. It's a neutral platform. It can ingest all of the 30 major software languages and more. Voice, handwriting, picture, it can ingest it all. I don't know if that's unique because I've seen others claim it, but it can process it and real time it and then put it all in the language on the shared platform from the cloud that everybody's using in that company. And it can be vertical. It can be local to the company, so there's no chance it leaks out on the internet. So it's a very powerful system. It's protected by IP. You know, I think people worry that LangChain got started first, and then it did, I guess. But I think Rail Engine which I didn't realize last summer, but rail engine took longer, which is fine because you want it to be perfect or as good as it can be. And as far as I know, line chain doesn't have anything like it. And there's workarounds, but what if, let us dream for a second. What if Rail Towns is the thing? That's a huge market out there. If it's not, if it's just one of many, that market can take, I bet it's fragmented. It probably can take 2 or 3 dozen companies and they all got rich. So that's good. And then you've got now one, if people are worried that line chain was getting out ahead with all that VC backing, I would argue, particularly from that one answer that I showed you, that if you have the top 1% of respected tech financiers and creators in the Doobie Brothers, or is it Steely Dan? That's what it is. It's Steely Dan. It's not the Doobie Brothers. It's Steely Dan, Don Fagan, Steely Dan, Steely Dan. Sorry, Steely Dan. I think all of a sudden, with one stroke, Railtown now just leaps up into exact same conversations with Lane Chain. Oh yeah, Lane Chain is this and that, Sequoia this, Benchmark that, Apple that, whatever the hell. But yeah, have you heard about Railtown? No. What about Railtown? Well, they're in with NVIDIA and they've got, Steely Dan is investing in them. It's pretty powerful, very powerful. Eric Belanger, Rebecca Kurzweil, new post. Oh, shoot. Financial Post. Okay, Ward sent it to me, and I put it up. Ward Richardson, William CoreWeave, and Anthropic are 2 more contenders for a Railtown buyout. These 2 companies will be monsters. CoreWeave and Anthropic. Let me think a minute. Yeah, I know. Ward, I don't understand everything you do, but my brain is processing that CoreWeave is okay in the game right now. And Anthropic competes with OpenAI. OpenAI's okay, Anthropic. Okay, both. I agree. CoreWeave and Anthropic are 2 more contenders for a Railtown buyout. These 2 companies will be monsters in the AI revolution. By the way, IPO this year. I don't know which one of those. I'm sorry. See, that shows that what an idiot I am. I would guess that Anthropic is private and CoreWeave might be public, but I don't know. So I show my ignorance. I don't know, Ward. I get nervous that Railtown gets bought out at $10, give or take $5. It's a wide range. Instead of being bought out at my, I think, fair expectation that it could be $50. Ward, you're probably the only one that won't think I'm off my rocker, but I think Railtown has a defensible storyline that Railtown could get to $1 billion a year and growing in annual revenue. How? Well, it proves itself on the Who's Your Moose data center. Then it expands to TELUS's next data center. And then maybe it gets a deal with Bell Canada. Uniserv proves it up. And all of a sudden, maybe Microsoft does buy the company, bundles it, and Microsoft puts it on its 400 data centers, and maybe 20% of those data centers are the sovereign AI type, fortress type. And if Microsoft carries out not just Canada, the world's 10th or 11th largest economy, but it goes in the United States and it goes into Europe and into Southeast Asia and elsewhere. If Railtown's doing 200 or 300 million a year with a revenue split on one data center with TELUS, why is it not possible that Railtown could do $1 billion in revenue annually within 5 years? And if you're talking that kind of growth trajectory, and then once that revenue comes on, it's 100% margin and it's growing, 5x on $1 billion is $5 billion. 10x on $1 billion is $10 billion. 15x on $1 billion is $15 billion. That's my $50 target. But what I worry about, and I think there's a real chance of, is most of that growth will happen inside the belly of the beast. So we just have to let it play out. I have great comfort. I'm heartened by the Steely Dan band here coming on, because I think now Railtown will get a full audience among VCs and acquirers, such that before you might have gotten one bid. I think now with these guys, Steely Dan on board, I think there's a much smaller risk of a non-competitive buyout. And I think the story will go around the world lightning fast. That's what I think. I don't know these founders that well. I do know when I was in London, our little bank, one of our guys, he had a huge position with, I won't tell you who, but a powerful Middle Eastern family. He had a huge position in BlackBerry. So these kind of things will get the news story out. I think it's worth the discount that they paid. So I think it's great. Anyway, I'd love to hear more of your optimism, Ward, because you're the only person that doesn't make me feel like I'm just crazy. Anthropic IPO this year. Yeah. Thanks for the info, E. Belanger. Great find. E. Belanger. William just read it. Got a text from Ward. That's true. I got a text from Ward. Oh, shoot. Silver Skyrocket. Awesome. I'm a few minutes behind trying to catch up. Your mouthwash ain't cutting it. You mind if I ask you a question, Lieutenant? Can I say something, Lieutenant? Yeah, Callahan. Your mouthwash ain't cutting it. Today's word is disruptive. This is Ward Richardson speaking. You have a company here that has 3 softwares with multiple layers of disruptive technology in each. Today's word is disruptive. I like that word, disruptive. What was the volume? End of the day volume at Railtown is almost 1.4 million in Canada. The stock's up 16%. This is going to hit on desks all around the world. This is the news announcement that will be heard around the world. It's awesome. And of course, I'm just checking to see if I'm worried that we're going to war. It's all about this, whoever this Guthrie person is. Looks like we're all right. Okay. I don't know what else to tell you. I think today's news was fantastic. I'll try to have a chart for tomorrow. Maybe I can look at it right now. The thing is, if I do it on my phone, it's not that great. But it's something. Better than nothing. Oh, it's awesome. It's awesome. It's not that it's going to necessarily, it's right in the middle of noise that happened last year. But my gosh, it's broken out of a sort of a pennant, and it's broken up again out of the 2 moving averages, the 20-day and the 50-day. And I think the 20-day is going to cross the 50-day. That's bullish. I bet that happens tomorrow or the next day. And it just punctured in the short run, if you don't look back a year, it punctured all the resistance today to the upside. So that was 1, 2, 3, maybe 5 attempts, but I would count it as 1, 2, 3 previous attempts. And this is the 4th attempt, but you could count it 5 times, but whatever. It's, it's just, I would say 3 times it's tried to break out to the top here. And this is the 4th time, and I bet it's broken out. So of course they pull it back, but I would say support now is 30 cents. That's support now. I don't think support is 26, 25, 27. I think support is now 30 cents. That doesn't mean they won't try to trade it during the day. But that used to be resistance. It's now support. That's huge. And then I think where it's headed, there's a tiny bit of resistance in there at 35 cents. Personally, I don't think it means a thing. I don't think it means a thing. I think it's going to go very quickly to 39, 39, essentially 40 cents. It's going to go to the 200-day moving average. I think it's great. If you look here, if you go horizontally here, I don't have anything flat, but it's broken this horizontal here. It's awesome. And there's a pennant that it's broken out of. I think, was it Lion that said it had a bottom here? He was right. And I don't think any of this resistance matters. That might give you a little bit, but obviously the computers are going to be tuned in to the 200-day moving average, and that's just under 40 cents. I think it says 39.60, 39 cents 60. So I think Clay is going to be rewarded for his resilience. I know that takes a lot because he probably bought around 60 cents and it's been downward ever since. And that's a hell of a feeling. But he stayed in there. He dollar cost averaged, and I think he's going to be rewarded. We'll look at the chart once it gets there. I mean, there's obviously just getting back to 40 cents. That's still worse. I had one gentleman, his instincts were very spot on when it was around 44. It's almost to the day he sensed that it was going to break down, and he was right. He was right. It's been hellish since kind of late November. It's just been hell. The bloody holidays, tax loss selling, the heaviness. But guys, this stock's broken out. It's going back to 40. I don't know. I'll try to look at the chart on this screen for tomorrow, but I would guess that once it gets to 40, it'll have its knee jerk trying to come back down. But I think it'll cross through 40, get to 42.5 cents, maybe 45 cents, because I think it's going to have momentum. But once it gets in there, I think you might see a bit of a sideways movement. I think there is resistance at the 44, 45 cent range. But I don't know how, I really don't know. I'm not picking on Clay, but I'm just saying, using him as an example, because there's a lot of people that paid more. That's what charts try to figure out. So if a guy like Clay paid, I'm going to make it up, let's say he paid 60 cents. The idea is when it gets back to 60 cents, they sell. That's what charts are trying to tell you. And I don't think he's going to sell. But there's some indications here to me in the, I don't know, like I say, 44, 45 cent range, that you might get some of that. I just got it back. Glad I'm back. But this has been a shitty stock since July, and I've been totally wrong. It's very painful for people. Huge volume in July, gets it to 70 cents. It would not quite, but to almost 70 cents. And then you had a snapback rally in the beginning of October, but it's just been brutally walked down ever since. To me, that kind of selling shakes out the weak hands. So when I look at these resistance points, which the computer trades off of, I just don't think there's going to be a lot of real selling there. Now, their computers can Xerox shares at will, and maybe they'll try to play around there. But if you get off setting good news and buyers coming in, I just don't think it's going to stop. I don't think it has any meaning. So, what's today, Tuesday? I think it's 35 cents tomorrow. 37.50 Thursday, and then maybe pull back to 35 cents Friday. Next week it's 42.5. That's what I think. And this whole painful experience of November, December is just the punishment those bastards put us through. And it's good for Steely Dan. They're able to get in and get a good price. I think it's great that they came in, and I think you're going to see this snap back up to 42, 44, 45 cents. As if none of this ever happened. That's what I think is going to happen. Ward Richardson says, William, CoreWeave IPO last April. William, you are not crazy. When RT takes off, you will be right, or all right. All right. I appreciate that support. William, I sure would like to know who are these 59 companies that are the U.S. from the AIP merger. Well, let's just see if we can get a list of these, and maybe we can check on Red Pepper Ronnie's observation. What the hell? I don't understand why they have to change things that work perfectly fine, and then just because they update the software, I don't know how to do it. Okay, there. Okay, let's look there. Well, it doesn't do anything. They don't have the list anymore. They used to have, now they just have spotlights. Oh, here, maybe that's it. I have to have a password? Oh, Word. I don't think I like AIP network anymore. All right, I have the team. That's fine. I've seen the team before. But they used to give the list of the, maybe they made it really secret now. You've got to sign in. You don't see the names anymore. That's very interesting. Meet the affiliate network. All right, if I click that. Oh, there it is. Okay, there's it is. They give you this list, and you can go down through every single one. And I forget the one that, was it M424 or something? They don't break it down into American versus, USA versus Canadian. but they've got a lot of names. I went through this list and I netted out, I would Google their revenues, and I confirmed that the revenues in total are broadly in agreement with, over 100 million. Actually, over close to 400 million. That was the corporate presentation. But I'm looking for a feeling. I'm looking for Red Pepper Ronnie's. There's Cohere. It doesn't say USA. I guess you could click on each one and find out if they're in the United States. I guess another thing to do would be to upload this to an AI and say, I guess I could do that. Which ones are US based? I could try that right now. Of course I can't make it bloody work. Bloody bleeding seabird flavor. I'll try Chat GPT because I'm mad at them. Which of these companies are USA? USA, USA, USA. Paste. Send. Let's see what they say. I couldn't find a full public list on the AI partnerships page. The site shows images and logos. So can't you go through the logos? But here are a few of the affiliates that are based in the United States. Okay, they got someone. Base 64. They gave those three. Base 64, Real Doc Tex, and those. Experium. Base 64.ai. Realbotics Corp. It's robotics out of Nevada. Experium out of Dallas. And then they have some others. AI Explain, Sales Talk, Be Human, Market Muse. AI Partnerships lists 180 affiliates, but the site does not provide a text directory with locations. All right. For a full account classification, you would need either a better chat service or a complete affiliate list with a company name. That's why I used you. It says he can help with just list the ones you're curious about. I'm not going to give you 160 names. Let me see what Perplexity does. Maybe Perplexity is better. Perplexity. Which of these are USA? USA. USA. Thinking. You better be thinking. I cannot currently access the specific affiliate network page, so I'm not able to see the full list. You're even worse. You can check this quickly yourself. Click each affiliate's logo name and get the company name. Search the company name with headquarters. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Do you mind if I never use you again? T. Alex, Mike Lazaridis and Doug Fragan, the co-founders, they are big on quantum computing. In fact, they are considered central figures in establishing Canada. Well, it's in as a global hub for the field. Yeah, it's interesting. The next thing which might be happening with AI is quantum computing. And Doug Fragan and Mike Lazaridis. Yeah, here, yeah. Account settings. Hello, William, and all side note, Paul Atkins will be doing House Financial and Senate Committee hearings tomorrow and the day after. Made my calls to Congress. Hopefully they ask him about MMTOP. House tomorrow, maybe I'll walk up, maybe I'll go down there, go see. Need a haircut, but I could go see what happens, maybe. All right, I guess that's it. I don't know what else to talk about. I think it's very exciting news today. I really do. And I think the whole tone of the company has changed. And I think you're about, for those of you who have been able to dollar cost average, you're about to get rewarded. And I don't think it's going to stop there. So one of the biggest things we're going to have to fight is the urge to just take some money off the table. And I'm not, I can't tell each person what, you got to make your own decisions. But I don't think this is a stock to treat like one of these trading stocks. It's been suppressed. Reasonable people could argue why, and it's okay, and the shorts are doing a good thing. I don't want to get bogged down in that. I mean, people could say, well, the AIP people are great. Corey didn't execute. It's crap. All the negatives I heard. I heard so many negatives last year. But my belief is this stock should have stayed as a 50 cent, 70 cent, even a dollar stock. You could argue that whatever the news is needed to be out there. But I think in a normal market with research and enthusiasm, it would have stayed above the 40, 50 cent range. But anyway, we are where we are. And I think it's over. I think that free reign that the heaviness had is over with. So we'll see. And I think the stock, based on the little bit that we understand and the dots we have connected, look, just to use a number, Langchain's number. We could use the value where they raised money, or if you'll just allow me, my opinion, that Langchain is going to do another round this year. And my guess is they'll do it at $2.5 billion. Well, that's $10 a share. That's $10 a share for Railtown. So, if they go with the help of these guys to a Langchain valuation, yeah, it's a $5 or $6 number, depending on what the true fully diluted number is. Why sell there? Langchain's sitting where it is. They're not selling. So anyway, that's all I want to get across. Did you get my last message? I don't know what. T. Alex? I don't see a message. Or is it up here? I don't know if I got it, T. Alex. I don't know if I got it. So the House Financial Services is tomorrow at 10 a.m. Senate is, well, maybe I can move my butt over there. Gotta think that through. Ward wrote, Realbotix Corp partnered with RT in Canada with an office in California. Realbotix, let me write that down. You're a guy, if you have an eye on a company, people should pay attention. I think you are going to have, someday, you're going to invest in a company and it's going to go around the world. Realbotix Corp partnered with RT. Realbotix. I wonder if it's public. Let me look. Realbotix. Realbotix. Got these names. Realbotix. Oh, damn it. No wonder it didn't work. Realbotix. Corp. Stock. So it's public. 25 cents. XBOTF. XBOTF. Does Realbotix have a stock? Realbotix with an X? Is that it? Realbotix, XBOT. All right, let's just see what the news is. Audit freeze delays. Strong Q3. Sale of tokens.com domain. Tokens.com, they got $2 million. That's nice. I don't know. I must be looking at the wrong one. I'm not impressed. I must be looking at the wrong company. I still remember the picture of you and Anna with Gensler. Yeah, I took it. I took it. She was great. She was fearless. I took it because she just stood in there. He's so, the whole thing. I was excited thinking we would see resolution. Anyways, hopefully you get to talk to Atkins tomorrow. We'll see. I don't know if you want to talk to me, but maybe I can get my arse up in gear and go do something good for everybody. All right, I think I'm going to sign off. It's 6:30, and that's a good day in. This is a great news day for Railtown, so I congratulate all of you, and we'll be back together tomorrow. So pray for peace. I pray that we can keep this together in the Middle East. The last thing we want is for that to get out of control. And I wish each of you peace.